guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Kind of hard to believe it's already that time. Wow. Can you believe that? Where'd the weekend go? Hey, happy Monday. Did I say happy? What's happy about a Monday? I know you. Back to the old grind. Back to reality. Hey, but we'll get through it. I trust you had a great weekend. It's actually a great night to be moving freight around the country weather-wise as we work our way into the 8th day of March. Yeah, we're a full week into the month of March already. Is the time just flying by? What do we see here? Oh, we're counting down. Well, we're 10 days away from St. Patrick's Day. Of course, next weekend, jot to memory, we're going to be springing forward. Yeah, back to daylight savings time, where, what is that, Saturday night before you go to bed, turn your clocks ahead, you spring forward. Technically, you lose an hour's sleep. But with the time change, yeah, it'll feel like the days are getting longer, the sun setting an hour later each evening. And of course, as we work our way toward the official arrival of spring, yeah, we start adding more daylight with each passing day. The days getting longer and longer. How about a warm-up? Are you ready for a more longer duration taste of spring? That's what we're looking at after we've had a number of little teases. You get a spring-like warmth one day and then back to the chilly weather the next day. Good news for the fans of warmer weather across the central and eastern portions of the country, at least. The extended warm-up we've been craving. We're tired of consistently bundling up against the cold day in and day out. It's finally arriving this week. The seeds of the warm air were planted over the weekend in parts of the plains in southern Canada, the Canadian prairies. And temperatures across portions of the northern plains and the Midwest reaching levels 15 to as much as 30 degrees above normal for this time of year. Saturday, high temperatures climbed into the middle 50s, 60s, and even 70s across the northern plains. High temperature records were nearly broken. Of course, the driving force behind this warm air is this pronounced northward bulge in the jet stream. And as that bulge builds further northward and eastward each day through the middle of this week, that allows unseasonably warm air to spread across much of the central and eastern portions of the country. The arrival time of the warmest air is going to vary from region to region. First portion of the country set to see the warmth more akin to the middle of spring. This upcoming week's going to be the midsection of the country. From the southwest, the broad flow is going to translate some unseasonably warm air northward into the upper Midwest and the western Great Lakes. Early this week, high temperatures into the 70s can extend as far north as parts of South Dakota and Minnesota by the time we get into the day Tuesday. So it's just around the corner. Many daily high records in these northern areas in jeopardy of becoming shattered on Tuesday. A few of these records even date back to the late 1800s. Forecasters say the forecast high of 70 degrees for Sioux Falls, South Dakota Tuesday. If they reach that, would indeed break the daily record high of 63 degrees set back in 1967. So that's not what you call breaking the record. That's shattering a record by 7 degrees. Normal high for the 9th of March in Sioux Falls would be about 40 degrees. Average highs in that city doesn't reach into the lower 60s typically until the latter days of April. One of the oldest high temperature records in jeopardy this upcoming week will belong to the city of Minneapolis. The current record high of 61 from March the 9th set back in 1879. A forecast high of 68 degrees is what they're looking at. That 142-year-old record is danger of being shattered as well. So in addition to the warmer air flowing from the south, forecasters say there's going to be another important factor that will allow temperatures to soar 20 to 30 degrees above normal for the midsection of the country this time of year. It's all about the snow cover, or the lack thereof, they say. Once the snow melts, the landscape goes from a surface that reflects the incoming sunlight to a surface that actually absorbs that sunlight. Conditions will slowly begin to warm across the eastern U.S. as we head into the day today, but the warmest air, the core of that warmest air, doesn't arrive till probably Wednesday, midweek. Rather than early March, it's going to feel more like mid to late April for much of the eastern half of the country by midweek. Now, temperatures likely to come up short of any record levels in most areas across the east, but we will see temperatures 15 to 20 degrees above normal. I'm not going to complain. But this abrupt warm-up might lead to a bit of a weather whiplash for some folks. Portions of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic are going to go from high temperatures in the 30s to the upper 40s over the weekend we're just coming out of. You're going to be in the upper 50s to near 70 by the time we get to Wednesday. So for our friends in Boston, Philadelphia, New York City, and Washington, D.C., you can all experience a jump in temperatures, probably 20 to 30 degrees warmer for Wednesday than you saw over the weekend. That's good news for residents hoping to reduce their electric bills after a very chilly month of February. The upcoming week will also be a great opportunity for those still cooped up inside due to the COVID to maybe finally get a chance to get outdoors, get a little sunshine, absorb a little vitamin D, right? That warmth, though, will come at a price for some. The next disturbance taking shape over the center of the country later this week. As we look from starting Wednesday into early Thursday, for the Midwest, and it'll be more like Friday into Saturday. There will be another cold front approaching, and that will potentially spark a round of severe weather. They were giving us a very early heads up on that last week. Who might be looking to see some of the strongest storms, which, according to forecasters, could include run the gamut of all the various severe weather forms. Torrential rains, strong winds, large hail, and yes, even tornadoes. Kind of rolling into tornado season. So I think it was over the weekend. It was like the 1-year anniversary of the big EF3 tornado that tore through the Nashville area. What was it? The Georgetown community there in Nashville. And 1 year after the fact, one of the guys that had survived that kind of shared his story. How he was about to turn off the lights and go to bed, and got the weather alert from his smartphone, which those are great things to get. That was his first advance notice of the approaching tornado. But yeah, maybe if we get opportunity, we'll dig into that story a little bit later on. But yeah, the 1-year anniversary of that devastating tornado there in the Nashville area. All right, as we get things underway here on a Monday, you'll recall, I think it was right about this time a week ago, it was either Monday or Tuesday morning, Joel Morrow joined us, and he was talking about fuel economy and how to improve your fuel economy. I believe that Joel's kind of agreed to be maybe like a regular contributor to the Overnight Drive program here, and Joel is going to join us right out of the box here as we get the brand new week underway. Good morning, Joel. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great, Steve. How are you?
I can't complain. Weekend sure did fly by, but I did sleep a lot over the weekend. A lot of lazy time for me. So, how about yourself? How was your weekend?
Well, I was wanting to lay down, but things got really busy with the trucks, and I jumped my butt in the truck and spent the weekend on the road, and I got back early Sunday morning, and so I got to sleep a little bit anyway.
So just kind of winding things down a little bit after a busy weekend. So am I correct? Are you going to be kind of like a regular contributor on our Monday morning programs here? Is that what you've kind of agreed to with Kyle, or?
Yeah, that's what it looks like is going to happen. Talk some fuel efficiency and maybe how to track data and help people get the most efficiency out of their truck. It looks like fuel prices are going up here. I don't think they're going to be dropping anytime soon, and I think it's important that we get the most efficiency out of our trucks that we can to stay profitable.
Well, speaking of fuel prices, that's one of the headline stories I had for a Monday here, because this past day, oil jumped over the $70 per barrel mark in Asian trading after Saudi Arabia said that they had an energy facility that was attacked over the weekend. And so that's the prices extended gains after OPEC Plus last week said they're going to just keep their production steady. So while we're kind of going backwards in this country with the regulations coming down the pike with the new administration, some of the big the investment banks like Goldman Sachs and them, they're now forecasting $80 per barrel by the time we get to the third quarter this year. And we all know what that means. Prices are going up. So that's a good starting point tonight, I guess, Joel. So, would you like to delve into that a bit? I know we talked last week how that fuel cost is either, depending on the prices, could be the number one cost of operating the truck, right behind or ahead of, depending on where the prices are, the cost of paying the truck driver. Prices are going up, and the consistency, I think we're 16 or 17 weeks now into consistently higher prices. Is this where, or I'm guessing we're back into fuel charges, surcharges being added on to everything that gets delivered right about now?
Yeah, absolutely. And I foresee fuel prices continuing to climb. Like I said, I think it's going to be a steady climb up, that that $4.50 a gallon diesel fuel is probably on the horizon, not too far out. So it's important to really get your house in order and start tracking your fuel and understanding how to improve your fuel economy if you want to stay profitable during this time period.
And I don't think it's going to be a short-lived kind of increase. It seems like this is going to be the trend, as the forecast is we're no longer going to be a net oil exporter. We're kind of going the wrong direction, going back to more of a net importer, which sadly, I mean, that means we're going to begin relying more on the Middle East to keep our country running.
Yeah, I see that same thing coming. I think this trend is going to be an extended trend. We came out of some reasonably priced fuel for, that was around for quite a while, and the trend's pointing upwards. It's not going to be short-lived. Add into that some probably stricter emission regulations coming down the pike, and it's really time to get things in order so we can remain profitable throughout this.
So where's a good starting point here on a back to work Monday with you shared some numbers last week, and now we actually had a few follow-up calls, people saying that, how in the world is it possible the numbers you were throwing out there sound like it's just not realistic. How's it possible to get those kind of numbers?
Well, the first thing you have to do is you have to understand how to track data accurately. And I kind of want to get into more about what we need to do to track data. It's important to track it by hand. Your typical fuel ticket in miles off the odometer. That's important to have that data. It's important to compare that data to what you're seeing in the dash. And then it's also important to track driver behavior. And this is something that we really couldn't do in the past. And it's something that's available today through a company called LinkDrive. They're out on Facebook. LinkDrive.com is a good place to go to check them out. And they can actually track your behavior as a driver, and it takes into consideration the type of truck you're driving, the weight that you have on, the elevation changes, and the weather, and it kind of scores you so you understand that you are getting the most out of every mile going down the road as a driver, your skill level, where it's at to get the best efficiency. And so we take all these things and kind of put them together and look at it from kind of a global view to understand how well we're doing. And once we start to track things, it becomes very easy to improve. And if you haven't tracked anything and you really haven't paid attention to this because, fuel's been relatively cheap, freight rates have been pretty damn good lately, we just haven't paid that much attention to it. So if you haven't and you start tracking data, your results right out of the box are generally very good as far as bringing your fuel efficiency numbers up without doing any modifications to equipment. This is all behavioral modifications and tracking data to understand where you're at.
Okay, I want to bring, I know he didn't call about specifically this, but is this Red Mule?
Well, good morning, Steve. They finally got me right there.
They got red, but I just had to put two and two together. Now, I know you didn't call specifically about that, but I know you over the years, you've had a few complaints about that old truck and that engine you got. And where's your fuel economy, Red Mule?
Well, that's a good question, Steve, right now, because I think I mentioned to you a while back, I put a new engine in this truck. It's the old one was a 2010, this is 2011, and my fuel mileage between engines has gone up, I'm going to say, right at 0.8 of a mile per gallon. This is supposed to be the same identical engine, and I got frustrated over the years with that old engine. When I first bought this truck, I wasn't getting 5 miles a gallon out of it.
Wow.
I'm going to put in a curse word for the Peterbilt dealership in Salt Lake, but that's another story. And I spent a lot of money on it. We replaced the DEF and all that other good stuff, and finally got over 5 miles a gallon. And I've done a lot of other work on it, finally got over 6 miles a gallon on it. But even still, I probably spent $17,000-$18,000 trying to get fuel mileage up. Had it checked for timing, did everything I could think of, and we never could get the fuel mileage out of that old engine. So some engines are just lemons. I think a person needs to recognize that, and I wish I'd have recognized it a long time ago, because I wasted a lot of money trying to repair an engine that apparently was unrepairable.
So those numbers, Joel, those aren't very good numbers, right? Now I'm thinking Red Mule's probably not alone with those kind of numbers. And what kind of advice could you give him? I mean, he's spending $18,000 trying to get the numbers up. What gives?
Yeah, these are pretty typical numbers that we hear at first, until we get people that are really tracking numbers. And what's important to understand is, are we just looking at fuel economy off the dash? Are we really gathering the data to track the numbers? And then we start to understand what's impacting the fuel efficiency. Now, he did see a steady climb upwards. He spent a lot of money to do that. What we need to understand is, by tracking data, what is impacting the fuel efficiency. And a lot of times it is behavioral, even though you don't really realize it, especially as an owner-operator. We get into certain habits and certain ways of driving and doing certain things, and it just kind of becomes second nature what we're doing, and we don't really think about driving for efficiency. And some of today's new technology can be used to help you break some habits that may not be contributing to the best overall efficiency. Driver behavior can swing fuel efficiency 30% or more all by itself before you do anything to the truck. And so the driver behavior part of it is extremely important. It's something that I kind of giggled about when it was first introduced to me. Yeah, I thought, okay, I've been driving for 30 years. There's nothing's going to tell me how to improve my efficiency that I'm going to, look at on my smartphone. But sure enough, if you give this technology a chance, it will absolutely help you improve efficiency just from the behavioral standpoint. And that's where you get your biggest ROI, because that's all and there's not a whole lot of money involved into getting a system that can really help you track your driving style and improve your driving skill when it comes to driving for efficiency.
Now, I know, Red Mule's an old timer. Like I say, he's been out there many, many years, and I'm sure, as an owner operator, he's undoubtedly doing everything in his power, because that's his bottom line. That's money out of his pocket.
Sure, absolutely.
Go ahead, Red Mule.
Steve, I'd like to make a couple of comments here. There's a couple of other factors involved here, too. Now, when I was running down into Atlanta all the time, I'd get a good half mile a gallon better fuel mileage going east than I did turn around coming back west with that M14. And so you've got the prevailing winds to take into account. But then the other thing you've got to take into account, I was hauling produce, time-sensitive product, so I needed to balance being there on time as opposed to fuel mileage. So there were times when I sacrificed fuel mileage in order to keep the customer happy. So, I understand the need for getting good fuel mileage, but it's not my primary goal. My primary goal is keeping the customer happy.
You are correct. It is not all about fuel efficiency. What it is really about is operational efficiency, and making sure that customer is happy is a big part of the picture. There's no doubt about it. But that being said, once you do start to track and gather data, you can understand how to improve efficiency and add productivity at the same time, and that's something I've been able to do over the years. Now, sometimes you can do it with the truck that you have by doing certain things as far as gear ratios and the way the engine's set up in the parameters. And then sometimes it's not possible. Sometimes people have a truck that's set up with a traditional gear ratio. Maybe you have like a 370 rear end gear and a 13 speed, and you're in a classic truck that has no aerodynamics working for it. You've got a big gap between the truck and the trailer. It becomes very difficult to maximize the mechanical workings of that truck to improve fuel efficiency, but you can always improve the driver's behavioral aspect or how you're driving the truck for efficiency. So there's always gains to be had in the behavioral side of things, even when there may not be gains to be had on the mechanical side of things. So behavior is super important. And then just looking at the truck and understanding what you've got going on. A lot of times I can walk through a guy's truck with certain specs and we can talk about what parameters they have going on in the engine, and suggest some things that can really help to improve fuel efficiency.
Let me ask you a question on this. Now, you're talking about fuel efficiency. When I first got this truck, you ever had it set up so that it had a turbo lag on there for when you shifted gears? There would be a lag in there, seemed to me like 5 seconds before the turbo kicked in again. I'm sure it wasn't that long. But when I had it in the Cummins shop, I had them eliminate that. Now, was that primarily supposed to increase fuel efficiency, having that turbo lag in there, or was that just an insight? And then one other comment, you talk about how we compute fuel efficiency. I'm one-man operation, so I do my own fuel report. I compute my fuel efficiency at the end of the quarter when I add up all the miles and how many gallons I've burned. So that's what I'm going off of, and to me, that's about as accurate as I can get. I mean, this computer in this truck is pretty accurate. I've checked it several times, and as I can tell, it's pretty accurate. But that's how I compute my fuel efficiency.
Sure, and that's a good way to get the overall view of what's going on. Tracking it in the cab by hand from fuel ticket to fuel ticket, that starts to give you insight on things that you may be doing as a driver that may help you improve fuel efficiency, when you look at it short term and long term. So maybe you're looking at your IFTA reports and whatnot in order to determine how much you've bought and how many miles you've run. But to narrow that down from, say, you ran from Salt Lake City to, I don't know, Orlando, Florida or something like that, and you bought fuel a couple times in between there, understanding that fuel efficiency from fill up to fill up is also important so you can tweak your behavioral style and how you're actually driving the truck. So you need to do both. You need to have that big overview of what it's doing long term, and you need to understand what's happening short term to really start to fine tune things from a behavioral standpoint. What kind of truck are we talking about here? What are you driving, and what kind of engine you got going on?
I'm driving a 2010 Peterbilt, and it's got that ISX piece of garbage in it. I came out of the Freightliner as an N14, and I love that N14. It was the best engine I ever saw.
was a pretty good engine, no doubt about it. And the ISX, it has a little bit longer stroke than what the N14 had, so you're going to pick up some piston speed, and because of that longer stroke at the same RPM, that piston's moving faster through the cylinder, and so you're getting some parasitic drag. N14 was great because that was an almost square engine. The bore and the stroke were almost identical. So it had relatively low piston speed at highway speed compared to the ISX. So the fuel efficiency, it was pretty strong on them N14s. It was just a good design overall. And I agree with you. The ISX, when they went to that longer stroke design, it took something away from the product, in my own personal opinion. So what do you got for transmission in that truck?
I run a 13 double over in this. And then I'm running 373s in it. Now this is going to be my last truck. And when I bought it, I put a 4-speed Brownie in it. And then I was running 433s in it. And I don't know, that may have contributed to the poor fuel mileage. I don't think it did. Now, is the sweet spot, let me ask this question real quick. Is the sweet spot on the ISX supposed to be 14 1/4 still?
No, it's going to be lower than that, and they'll have two versions. They'll have their efficiency version of that engine and then the performance version. Do you know which one you have?
No, I don't, but I definitely want the performance version. I'm running now between Salt Lake and Shaky Town most times, so I've got big hills to go. Now, I did
sure.
The air separator on here. And I told Steve a couple of months ago, it's not the one that he advertises, but I think it's pretty similar to it. And I don't notice it makes that much difference in the fuel mileage, but it definitely makes a difference in the torque on it. I've got the fast system on here.
Gotcha. Well, what you need to really do is you need to look at the power curve of this engine and understand where it produces peak torque and where it produces peak horsepower, and then you kind of want to gear that truck so we're running in between peak torque and peak horsepower. I'm just going to assume that with a 370, you're probably leaning real heavy towards the performance side, not so much towards the economy side. So how fast do you run?
I run about 68. I'm generally pretty well loaded most of the time, and 68 to me is comfortable. I'm an old man, and any faster than that, they've got the speed limit out here in Utah at 80, and that's way too fast for an old man like me. So I try and run about 68, which is right at 14 and a quarter.
Sure, I hear you. Yeah, 14 and a quarter for an emissions engine is slightly high. When we look at emission engines, we know that the higher the average RPM on those engines, the more emission systems problems you tend to have. The ISX design with the long stroke engine kind of exacerbates the problem because of the higher piston speed. So, and I know this will be tough for you because of the line of work that you're running in, but if you can modify that and slow down a little bit, you will see a pretty dramatic bump in your fuel efficiency. Just the 3 mile an hour drop going to 65 is really going to help the fuel efficiency on that truck. So what model Peterbilt are you running?
I think he said he had the 2010 or whatever it was, and I think he may have lost his. Are you still there, Red Mule? I think he's back now.
Gotcha.
Hey, Steve?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I've got one other factor here. I've got the ugly fix on this, which I don't know if we're supposed to say on public radio or not, but the thing I find interesting about that, I don't have any problem. I haven't had any problems since I bought the truck 6 years ago, since I put that on there with the EGR and all that other garbage. But the thing I find interesting is when I get in a very high elevation, such as Cedar City, which is right at 6,000 feet, or even Albuquerque or Morrow, if I let the truck idle at normal speed, my buzzer light comes on. Now, at a lower elevation, I don't have any problem with that. Now, again, I think that's helped my fuel efficiency some, but the primary reason I put it on there is because I don't want to replace the EGR or the gas cooler one more time. Have you had any experience with that?
I haven't personally, no.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to promote anything here on Steve's show, but hey, Steve, before I forget, what's your email address? I'm trying to send you an email often.
Okay, it's Steve at hotshotsecret.com.
Oh, okay. That's what I was wondering. Hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Don't put the S on the end of the shots. There's only like one. It's Hot Shot, SHOT, secret.com.
Okay, I'll send you an email in a little bit.
I will watch for that. And whatever I know you originally called about something else, but yeah, I knew when I saw Red Mule up there that he's one that's kind of complained about fuel efficiency over the years. I want to get a quick time out when I come back. We got a good case for you here. Doc Holliday sent me a message. I'm getting 4.7 miles per gallon. Got an extended hood Pete, and I never shut it off. It's got the Cummins 550 engine, the 13-speed. So, yeah, ponder that for a moment, Joel, and we'll come back after a quick news break as we roll into a Monday. And if you want to jump on board, you have a question for Joel, feel free to dial us up at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, a Monday, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States has rapidly increased its COVID vaccination efforts, setting new records for the number of shots administered in each of the last 2 days. Nearly 2.9 million shots were administered on Saturday. But some health officials say the variant of the virus first identified in the UK may be outpacing vaccinations. Dr. Michael Osterholm believes that variant could bring a fourth spike in COVID cases. The director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota tells NBC's Meet the Press that the rise of cases of the B117 variant is enough reason to keep COVID restrictions in place.
4 weeks ago, the B117 variants made up about 1 to 4% of the viruses we were seeing in communities across the country. Today, it's up to 30 to 40%. And when we've seen in Europe, when we hit that 50% mark, you'll see cases surge. So right now, we do have to keep America as safe as we can from this virus by not letting up on any of the public health measures we've taken.
This is USA Radio News.
Welcome to Tax Talk with Hollywood legend Bob Eubanks.
You know, as part of Hollywood for a long time, I've seen my fair share of celebrities get in trouble with the IRS. Well, there's one name I trust, the Tax Defense Group. They're the most trusted name in tax. So if you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, you really need to call my friends at the Tax Defense Group. Ignoring the IRS is not the solution. They can garnish your paycheck, levy your bank accounts, seize your home or business. But the Tax Defense Group could put a stop to all of that and tailor a program that would reduce your tax debt to pennies on the dollar. You gotta love that. So don't just take my word for it. Call them. Find out for yourself. They offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and they're open 24 hours a day because they know that tax debt doesn't sleep either.
Call now for your free and confidential tax analysis from the most trusted name in tax. Call 800-832-1594. 800-832-1594.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so indeed, back on a Monday, 8th day of March. Yep, spring is almost here. I think we officially get underway. Spring arriving, on the 20th of March, so counting down the days. All right, welcome back, Joel. Great to have you with us here on a Monday. I I didn't ask Red Mule if he treats his fuel, but I mean, I'm pretty sure he's the kind of guy that takes care of treating his fuel. Last week you also mentioned that you think that's one of a key factor is treating the fuel, correct?
Absolutely. Treating fuel, making sure the cetane levels where it needs to be is kind of a no-brainer, especially when you have an emissions truck. Even the non-emission trucks will benefit from it, but you really see the benefit of treating fuel. Every fill up, not just on occasion. You have to be consistent. The everyday treatment, we run it in all of our trucks. We treat our yard tank with it. So it's very important to treat fuel to have that high cetane rating. The truck will run quieter. It'll pull better. You will realize a fuel efficiency and or productivity bump when you treat fuel and you have that cetane level nice and high. So yeah, a real important thing to do.
All right, I want to move to Doc Holliday. I mentioned him before the break there. First he said, I'm getting 4.7 miles per gallon. That sucks. Got an extended hood Pete. I never shut it off. Got the Cummins 550 engine, 13 speed. Then he went on to say, what do you say? We can't get good mileage. We got to have to run the truck at 1,000 RPM loading and 1,000 RPM unloading. I guess that's what he means by we never shut it off.
Sounds like he has a blower or a hydraulic pump going on. Is he running a tanker or a pneumatic tank, something like that?
That I'm not sure. That's
what it's kind of sounding like. But yeah, you get into operations like that where, when you have to run an accessory of some type, early on in my career, I'd done a lot of bulk tanker work where we were running a blower and, I was blowing off plastic pellets and 1,000 RPM and let it run. And that does take its toll. The great thing about that type of work, though, was it was kind of all built into the rate. They understood that you were having to operate these accessories to load and unload the trailer, either pull a vacuum or pressurize the trailer to blow it off. So that does impact fuel efficiency. But what's really cool with today's trucks, we can break out the PTO time, and you can see the actual efficiency on the road and the PTO fuel usage. And so you can start to gain a better understanding of how the truck's actually doing on the road. He's looking at the overall view here. There are ways to access that information relatively cheaply today through the OBD ports on the newer trucks where we can kind of break all that apart. He'll know exactly how much time he's spending on the PTO and how much fuel he's consuming when he is blowing or pumping a load off. And he'll know exactly what's happening running down the highway, and he'll know exactly how much idle time other than PTO he has. So, it's 4.7. You kind of cringe when you see that, but when you start to understand his duty cycle, you can start to see, okay, I'm kind of getting why he's a little bit lower than where he should be.
Okay, he did say, he said blower bulk tank. So that's you were correct.
Yep. Yeah, I get that. It should be higher than that. When I was running bulk tanks, I was right around, and this was early on before I really got hard into the fuel efficiency part of it, and I had a 3406E Cat. And I was running, kind of the traditional gear ratio and it was at 342. And I was right at 6.8 with blower time. So I see where he's at and I know what's possible, walking through the equipment specs and kind of understanding, certain aspects of what he's doing. That number can definitely be bumped up. 4.7, especially as fuel prices are starting to climb here, that's a little scary.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. Now you talked about kind of embracing modern technology. I mean, what kind of things specifically are you talking about? I saw one of your videos. You've got some equipment up on your dash that helps you improve your economy. Is that? Mm-hmm.
Yep. Absolutely, and this was just what I was talking about, being able to see the PTO time and the idle time. So there are OBD readers, little dongles you can buy that plug into the OBD port. You can find them all over. They're relatively inexpensive, and that will start to give you the ability to view the information that the engine computer has. And so you can look at fuel efficiency, you can see calculated horsepower, calculated torque, you can see, do deep dives down into your boost pressure and a lot of things that you can't see necessarily on the dash. Some of the owner-operator trucks have, 500 different gauges, so you can see some of those things on an owner-operator spec truck, but you can't see everything that you can view through one of these. And it's simply a Bluetooth connection to your smartphone or to your iPad, and you can really start to look at this information. Again, the driver behavioral part of it, that's one thing that I have up on my dash. It's the little link drive device. And nowadays it'll work with any Android device. So they kind of have the Bluetooth thing worked out too, and they're plugging into the OBD port. And really, that to me is really the place a driver should start. They should, check out their information, owner operators. I get it, for the last few years, maybe they weren't real interested in that because of the fuel price situation, and the rates were relatively good. We all know this is changing, and we really have to do something in order to keep us efficient, in order to stay in business. And to me, this is the number one place to start. Let's make sure we're driving that truck right. And this is a very, very effective tool. If you're open-minded, they give you some really nice reports, and it's a very simple interface for the driver. Very similar to the old vacuum gauges cars would have on them, and that needle would move up and down in the dash and tell you either getting good fuel mileage or you're not, based on the vacuum pull that the old cars used to have. This is very similar to that. The readout that they give you, so it's very simple, intuitive feedback for the driver in the dash. And if you just, stay a little bit open-minded to it, it pays significant dividends. Not only in fuel mileage, you're going to see an immediate fuel savings with it, but it's going to improve your safety as well. It's going to give you better asset, truck durability, because you're kind of driving it with a little more finesse, and the truck's just going to last longer. You're going to see better emission systems durability, and we all know how expensive it is to have an emission systems worked on. And at the end of the day, I think, when you get the little report that this thing will push to your phone at the end of the day after you park the truck, and you can see how you've done, and you can see how you've done compared to the days before, there's some satisfaction in that as well. I mean, it's great as a driver, and I'm guilty as anybody, having a truck that's first up the hill or having a truck that's a little bit faster than everybody else's. I get that part as a driver. There's some satisfaction to that, but there's also some satisfaction in knowing that you've done the best that you can possibly do as a driver to operate efficiently, and that that's going to impact your bottom line, and you're going to be able to pay bills and take care of business. So there's that aspect of it too. So that's my number one place where I think I start, and then we start to learn how to track data manually or by hand. And I actually had talked to Kyle about kind of developing an app for professional drivers to help them track fuel efficiency and diesel exhaust fluid usage in a very meaningful manner that would be easy to use, because you really don't understand the impact of treating diesel fuel or running the FR3, the friction modifier, or any of these things if you're not tracking those numbers. So you really understand what's going on, and you need to understand it from a fuel usage point of view and from a productivity point of view. You can see a fuel mileage increase or a productivity increase, or sometimes both. And so it's important to really have a handle on all this stuff.
Very good. All right, so Doc Holliday, he calls in and he gives us little tips about things. Like he says he very well may be the world's smartest man. I think his latest tip was people who have more birthdays tend to live longer. To which he says, "You sound
there you go."
He said, "You sound like a pretty smart guy. You may very well be the world's second smartest man." So he's not going to let you top him, you know. Oh boy! So let me see.
Well, hopefully we can help him out here. So moving forward, if he's got some questions and we can work on some things, maybe we can get his fuel efficiency up. So when things really start to, fuel prices really start to go north, we can help him stay on top of things.
All right, let me jump over to, I think, is that Ranger Jack checking in this morning? Hello, Ranger Jack.
Yes, it is, Your Highness. I want to thank Joel for contributing to your show. Chris has dubbed Steve the king of overnight radio last Friday. So he's not just the king of overnight radio to Chris, he's the king of overnight radio to a lot of other people, and not only truck drivers calling in. So we thank you for contributing to the show. And I really feel goofy asking about how to improve my fuel mileage, because we had a 07 4900 EX Western Star, and when we got rid of it, traded it, and we went into a 5700 XE Western Star. Our fuel costs went. We're spending anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200 a week less in fuel. So I think I must have been getting like 3 miles a gallon. It's unbelievable. It had a cat in it. It's a twin turbo.
An Acer cat, gotcha.
Yeah, Acer. No, is the overhead running, getting the overhead run, does that have a lot to do with getting your fuel? How often you get it done? Does that have a lot to do with the fuel?
Absolutely does. The regular or routine maintenance is extremely important. And again, when we weren't catching the emissions and we were just blowing it out the tailpipe, we could stretch some of these intervals on overhead, and, you didn't really worry about the boost pressure sensor or a fuel pressure sensor. None of these things, you didn't even really think about it, because we weren't catching the emissions. And if it was blowing a little extra smoke, who cared? It wasn't a big deal. Now that we're catching emissions and we're catching particulate, that little extra smoke, that will, clog up your DPF over time. So overhead set is extremely important. I do mine every year, regardless of miles. It goes in the shop. It has the overhead done. I replaced the boost pressure sensor and I replaced the fuel pressure sensor. I clean off the cam position sensor and I clean off the crank position sensor. The cam and crank position sensor, that enables it to see top dead center and helps the fuel injection system, maintain proper timing. And when they get that little metallic buildup from being close to rotating, metal parts, you get little metal dust that builds up on those sensors. They sometimes can't see the timing marks that they're looking at real accurate. And it's just a matter of unscrewing them and cleaning them off and screwing them back in when you're doing the overhead set. Making sure that overhead set was done right is another thing that I'm really big on. I like to do cylinder balance test before and after on an overhead set. And of course, I'm a Volvo guy, and maybe the Volvo readouts may be a little bit different from a Cat or a Cummins. But when we do it on the Volvo side, we can see the difference in the fueling from cylinder to cylinder. And on mine, when I do an overhead, I like to see that in the low single-digit range, the variance between cylinders. We've had trucks in the shop where we've seen 20, 30, 40 points different cylinder to cylinder. And some shops will say, well, that doesn't make any difference. That's okay. It may be allowable and it may be acceptable. I like to be optimal. So, I'm going to start looking. If I set that overhead, we know we done it right. The cylinder balance is still coming back a little bit goofy. We're going to start looking a little bit deeper to see what else we've got going on. And we catch stuff all the time that way. So it's important not only to do it, but to verify that it was done correctly. So all those things are very important, and they absolutely will impact fuel efficiency. And if you have the emissions motor, it will absolutely improve the durability of the emission system. It's always better to be proactive on these things than reactive. I've seen so many guys, just wait and maybe the manual says 250 or 300,000 miles on an overhead, and they'll wait right out to that 300,000 mile mark. And then just before they're supposed to do the overhead, well, they've got all these lights coming on for the emission system. I would much rather spend a little bit more money on an aggressive preventative maintenance program and take the truck out of service on my time in my own shop rather than being caught out on the road. And we all know what happens when you get caught out on the road at a strange shop, what happens to pricing and everything else. It just goes through the roof. So aggressive preventative maintenance, spending a little bit more up front really, really helps in the long run. And again, it goes back to the basic simple things, treating the diesel fuel. We cannot stress that enough. Treat diesel fuel, treat it every time you fill the tank, and you're going to avoid a whole lot of problems down the road.
Okay, well, that Pure Flow Air Dog, that'll help increase the fuel miles too?
Yeah, that's an awesome product, and they've got a couple different configurations on this. They've got what I call a dual stage, and it sets itself apart from all the other competitors because you're working both sides of the fuel pump. Traditionally, when you look at these types of systems, they were located between the fuel tank and the inlet port of the engine's OEM fuel pump. And when you pressurize that input port, you are increasing the volumetric efficiency of the fuel pump. So the fuel pump is going to actually kind of multiply that pressure because you're taking the cavitation away at the inlet port, which is a common cavitation point, and you're removing all the entrained air from the sloshing fuel in the fuel tank. So it's very effective that way. AirDog's taking the extra step of going on the outlet or the pressure side of that fuel pump with what they call their CHAMP or CHAMP 2 system. And after the fuel flows through the OEM fuel pump, every curve, restriction, turn in that fuel line is what we call a point of nucleation. And what happens when you make a hard turn or there is a restriction, maybe there's a valve or a plunger or a T or something in that fuel line, there's a low pressure area. And even though there's no air in that fuel, when you have a low pressure area, there's a temperature spike at that low pressure area, and it vaporizes the diesel fuel. And when that fuel vaporizes, it causes a vapor bubble, which is different than an air bubble, but it will still implode as it goes down the fuel system, or if it makes it to the injectors, it won't compress the fuel completely because you have vapor in there. And so removing that vapor on the pressure side really helps to further control emissions and improve fuel efficiency because your timing's a little more accurate in the system. It's essentially a hydraulic system, your fuel system is, and when you take all the vapor and air out of there in the injector, your timing becomes more accurate. It generally shows better torque and horsepower in the low RPM range, and for today's trucks, that's what you want because of the way they're geared. Even for the older trucks that have more traditional gearing, as you start to get out towards the higher end of things, you start to see a benefit there as well. All fuel pumps have what they call an efficiency curve. And because it's mechanically driven, your fuel pump is dictated sort of by the RPM of the engine. And so when it's either running very high or very low, you're coming off of optimal efficiency. And this is where pressurizing that input port kind of brings the ends of the curve up, and it kind of optimizes the efficiency of that fuel pump all the way through the range. So you will notice better drivability. You'll notice less emissions. It kind of makes the truck fun to drive. I really enjoy mine.
No, yeah, I got a DD15. Now they're saying various pressures that they would know by the type of engine I'm buying it for, what pressure it needs to be.
Yeah, they're all preset now. In the DD15, right at the moment, they're still working on the first stage of that because the Detroit has a little bit different fuel system in it. They do have they actually have the second stage first for the Detroit, if that makes any sense. So they'll have a champ for that works on the pressure side of it. They're still working some bugs out on the transfer pump on the first stage of it. So yeah, I would, go ahead and get yourself the champ 2. And then as soon as the Air Dog, the stage 1, between the fuel tank and the pump is available, I would definitely go ahead and put that on there. So, yeah, they'll definitely help. Treating, and again, goes back also, treating your fuel is going to be a big help. Things like the FR3, the friction reducer, that is going to be a big help. One thing we have to understand about the Detroit engine is it was designed to be purposely downsped or have lower piston speed at a given RPM. It is a 15-liter displacement or very close to it, but it has a shorter stroke than what the Cummins ISX does, or it's much shorter than what the Caterpillar had, and it has a bigger bore. So you have slower piston speed. The piston isn't traveling as far through that cylinder, so you have less parasitic drag. And this is one of the reasons why we see some really nice fuel efficiency numbers out of the DD15. Same thing with the newer Volvos. They were designed very similar to that, with the shorter stroke and a little bit bigger bore, so they have a slower piston speed as well. So those two engines in particular, you see some really, really nice fuel efficiency numbers out of them, and it's kind of reflected in what you're describing here, your new truck versus your old Ace or Cat.
Yeah, we had owned 8 Volvos. We really enjoyed them. We liked them and everything. I just got away from them mainly when they went to the VN style, body style.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I like the old style back in the
sure
2000. Yeah, with 1998, they changed to the VN. I guess it was
right.
And
yep.
Yeah, the TTS, that truck was unbelievable. It was kind of like the Western Star, but
sure.
Is there a way you could have text me that information you gave me on what you need to fix on the have changed whenever you do the overhead? You were saying something about sensors and then.
Sure. Are you active out on social media at all?
No,
no, you're not. Gotcha. Yeah, you do email?
Yeah, I do email.
I could give you an email address.
Okay.
If you wanna shoot me a message, I can give you an email address. Tell me when you're ready.
Okay. You want me to give you my email address?
I think he's going to give you his. So
sure.
Either way. Okay.
I can. Yeah. I can. I'll give you mine and shoot me a message. So it's Joel, JOEL at Alpha ALPHA drivers DRIVERS -TC.com.
All right.
Joel,
I have a hard time getting that.
Yeah, Joel at
Steve,
Alpha Driver.
Steve got it. He got my number. Can you just text me a message? that I can get it that way.
Sure.
Okay, couple other questions. These V-shaped things they put on the fairings, you're familiar with what I'm talking about. And on the is that a good? Does that help improve the fuel mileage?
Here's my take on this, and I've run them on several trucks. From the driver standpoint, I really loved them because they really helped to keep the road spray down. We could clearly see that there was some type of aerodynamic benefit going on because the trailers would stay cleaner. And I'd done several runs across country where I had another truck and we both pulled out of the truck.
Okay, I'm sorry, but we got to pause there. I'm a little bit behind. We got to get our news update top of the hour, but we'll come back and we'll pick up there. And we do have open lines. Joel spent a few more minutes with us, I believe, at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States has rapidly increased its COVID vaccination efforts, setting new records for the number of shots administered in each of the last 2 days. Nearly 2.9 million shots were given on Saturday. In the next few days, the CDC is expected to release guidance on activities that those who are fully vaccinated can return to. Dr. Anthony Fauci says that vaccine supplies will begin to rapidly increase. The head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease tells CBS's Face the Nation that even as there are enough shots to vaccinate everyone, it will still take a large effort to administer them all.
As we get more doses, which are going to be dramatically increased as we get into April and May, and as the president has said, we will have, by the end of May, enough vaccines to vaccinate everyone. We'll have to put a big push to get it into people's arms, but by that time, we're going to be doing much, much better.
This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
President Joe Biden marked the anniversary of Bloody Sunday by signing an executive order to expand access to voting. Jeremy Scott reports from the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau.
The president's order alters the way the federal government handles elections, including increasing voter registration access for criminals in prison and on probation. It directs every federal agency to prepare a plan in the next 200 days for how they can promote voter registration, such as mail-in ballots. Sunday marked 56 years since civil rights activists were viciously beaten in Alabama.
The blood of John Lewis and so many other brave and righteous souls that was spilled in Selma on this Sunday in 1965 sanctified a noble struggle. And when the country saw those images that night, America was forced to confront the denial of democracy, the fierce urgency of justice.
President Biden said every eligible voter should be able to vote and have that vote counted. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Biden administration is rushing to accommodate an influx of migrants at the U.S.'s southern border as nearly 100,000 people were apprehended in the month of February, the highest level since mid-2019. Senator Ben Cardin believes that passing comprehensive immigration will be important in solving the issue at the border. The Maryland Democrat tells Fox News he believes the American people want Congress to pass that level of reform.
Well, we're going to try to make progress wherever we can. I mean, obviously, we have the concerns on the southern border itself when we see flare-ups of violence that has taken place, the separation of families, which was unconscionable. I hope we can do something a little more comprehensive. I can tell you there are Democrats and Republicans. We did it once before. We passed comprehensive reform in the Senate, did not pass the House. It wasn't taken up in the House, but it had strong vote. I hope we can do it again. I think the American people want us to do that. They want secure borders. We recognize we have economic issues in regards to visas for employment. We have issues concerning family reunification. We have a lot of issues that we really need to deal with, and it'd be good to pass a comprehensive immigration bill.
And the Cleveland Indians have sent 2 of their stars into isolation after they broke COVID-19 protocols. Third baseman Jose Ramirez and designated hitter Franmil Reyes were sent back to their spring training homes on Saturday after the pair admitted to team officials that they went out to dinner and were indoors, something that violates COVID guidelines set forth by Major League Baseball. Cleveland is waiting for word from the league on how long the pair will have to quarantine. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. Made it to hour number 1 on a Monday underway for a brand new week. And let me get, before we get more on the traveler's weather and whatnot, let me get right back and we'll finish up with Ranger Jack. And Joel Morrow joins us here early on a Monday. So Joel is, your email, Joel at alphadrivers-tc.com. Is that it?
You got it.
Okay. All right. So I've got Ranger Jack's number here. I will email that to you, and then I guess he can accept it.
Alrighty.
He'll get a text message from you, whatever it was you were looking to help him out with there. So I'll take care of that for you, Ranger Jack.
That'd be great. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Joel. Because the sensors and stuff, I don't know if they've ever done that when they do the overhead. So these V-shape or whatever they're called things, they do help the fuel economy, or
yeah, the air tabs will help. There's no doubt. It's not going to be there's air tabs and eco fins, and there's a few different products that are out there. They do help. It's not going to be a huge swing, but they're relatively inexpensive. So you're not putting up a whole bunch of money. I love them on my truck, because they did help knock down road spray. And at night, when you're kicking out road spray in the rain and people are coming up behind you with them bright headlights and it blinds you, it really helps to keep that spray down and keep your field of view clear. And you get a little bit of a fuel economy bump too. So, I would definitely do it.
Okay. And what the distance between your, I know you said get as tight as you can. What's the maximum you'd say to get the distance between the trailer and the tractor?
Optimal, when you're measuring from the back of the cab to the front of the trailer, and we're talking about a van trailer here, optimal is 39 inches. So when you go back to the fairing on the back of the cab to the radius of the trailer, you're going to be in that 14 to 17 inch range. It's pretty tight. A lot of guys just normally you're looking at a 60-inch gap, back of the cab to the front of the trailer. And so you're looking more of a 30-inch from the fairing to the radius of the trailer. And that really starts to impact fuel efficiency. So the tighter you can bring that thing up and stay legal on your axles, tighten her up.
Yeah, I'm running about 52 inches right now. So bring it up. You can bring it up a foot easy, huh?
If you can, if you got room and you're going to clear the landing gear, when you're swinging on the frame rails aren't going to hit the landing gear, and you have the capacity on the front axle, if you can tighten it up, tighten it up. That's easy money there, tightening up that gap.
Yeah, I didn't think about the landing gear. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Check that, though. Thank you for your time, and sorry I took up so much of your time.
No, absolutely. That's fine,
Okay.
This is how we learn, asking questions and talking. So, good call.
Yeah. Worth a world of knowledge. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, Ranger Jack. And I'll get that email to him here in a bit. So, all right, very good. Well, that's and we talked aerodynamics. That's a big key right there. What he was asking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you can improve aerodynamics cost efficiently, you do it. And, that's just a little piece of the puzzle. But when you start putting them little pieces together, pretty soon you really start to notice a nice improvement to your bottom line. So it's aerodynamics are relatively easy, especially for an owner operator. And especially if you're married to the same trailer, then you really have some opportunities to do some things. Myself in a fleet situation where we're dropping and hooking all the time, I don't always have that advantage of aerodynamics on every trailer. We're starting to incorporate that more and more as our average speeds come up higher and higher. The faster you go, the more impact aerodynamics have. So the guys that are really, really concerned about servicing their customer and meeting deadlines, these are the guys that really need to be looking at aero. Oftentimes you can add aerodynamic stuff, cheaper than you can do gear ratio swap outs and engine work. It tends to get really expensive really quick. And by comparison, some of the aerodynamic add-ons are relatively cheap or inexpensive. I wouldn't want to say cheap, but less costly than engine upgrades and rear axle ratio swap outs.
All right. Well, Joel, it's always great chatting with you. I guess we're going to do are you going to join us again for an hour next Monday morning? Is that the plan that you're at this point, or?
Sure, we can do an hour, 2 hours, whatever you want to do. I'm free to do whatever.
Okay. I wasn't exactly sure what we were. I knew that Kyle had told me he's been down in Florida, so he did send me a message that you worked things out to be on each Monday morning, I guess. So,
gotcha. Sounds good to me.
So when you maybe next week, are you going to be trying to have a topic of a new piece of modern technology, or what are we going to be trying to work with?
Yeah, I'm going to put some things together. Hopefully, Kyle's schedule relaxes a little bit, so we get a little more time to chat back and forth and to really set some things up here and get everybody on the same page. So hopefully we can be a little bit better prepared and make things go a little smoother.
Oh, I think it went great this morning. Absolutely. That's good questions. And I mean, Doc Holliday, maybe he can get his 4.7. Then that's horrible fuel economy. I thought in this day and age, everything was supposed to be a lot better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I can help these guys do some things, I absolutely want to do it. And, I enjoy it and looking forward to doing some more shows.
And again, you're via social media. I guess the easiest way to get a hold of you is you go to the Facebook page, and it's Joel Morrow, Morrow. That's the name there. And if they have any questions, is that the best way to get a hold of you?
Yeah, you can get a hold of me there at Facebook. Also, if you're a Volvo or a Mack guy, we do Volvo Truck Masters and Mack Anthem Truck Masters. You can get into both those groups. There's also a group called the 9+ mile per gallon group. that I'm a moderator in, and you can go there. Lots of knowledgeable people in all these groups. The Volvo and the Mac group, we have a lot of master techs that are involved in those groups, and they really, really help these guys out that may be struggling with some emissions issues. We've got a great group of guys there, and it is a very good resource for, the guys that are running the Volvo or the Mac. You can get a lot of help there. So, you check those groups out. You can come to my personal Facebook page. You can ask questions. I'll try and get back to you and answer questions as detailed as I can.
And for the Alpha Drivers thing, what is that? You started that, right? What is that? Is that like your company or?
Yeah, Alpha Drivers. I do some consulting work at the OEM level. I work with some of the senior engineering staff providing feedback. I do some testing on some pre-production items that they want feedback on, and we actually put some trucks into service with the pre-production parts, and we get it out and run it, and we track data for them and give them feedback as to how things are performing. I'm looking at maybe getting into working with owner operators. I'm not exactly sure how I want to structure that yet, but a lot of guys are struggling with some emissions issues and fuel efficiency issues, and I'm kind of open to the idea of maybe working with some of these guys one-on-one if we can figure out how to structure it and make it work right.
I had one more question from somebody texted. When you're at optimal efficiency, are you using less DEF?
You can, absolutely. It does affect your level of NOx, although on the new engines, as you increase combustion temperature, NOx levels go up and particulate matter goes down. And typically, when the emission systems first came out, we were running about 2% DEF to fuel. Nowadays, we're running 4.25 to 5.25% DEF to fuel because we have increased combustion temperature, so we are producing more NOx. We're running less EGR, and we're catching that NOx downstream in the SCR system, so it does require a little bit more depth. Some people kind of equate using less DEF with the engine's running better. That may or may not be true depending on the engine you get and how it was set up and configured as far as combustion temperature goes. I know on my latest test truck that I have, it has the D13 turbo compounded engine in it. And we had that thing dialed in tight. It was spot on. Everything as far as the overhead and all the sensors and whatnot. And I was running about 4.25% DEF to fuel. And with some of my older Volvos, it was closer to 3%, but my fuel efficiency is much better when I'm running that 4.25% DEF.
Okay. Very good. Well, thanks for all the questions from the listeners out there. And yeah, Joel Morrow, going to be, a regular contributor to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. We appreciate you joining us here on a Monday morning. What's on your slate this week? I know you said you had a busy weekend. You got to be getting back out on the road, or?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be another busy week to start. I probably hit the road around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Going to do some local deliveries up around Cleveland, and then probably run out to Napoleon, Ohio. I'm based up here in northern Ohio. Last week I was down towards the Cincinnati area. I'd done 4 rounds down to Lawrenceburg, Indiana, and came back up. And then over the weekend, I ran a load over to Friendship, New York, and then dropped down through northern PA and over to Harrisburg, and then back home. So I had a pretty big week last week for a local guy, and it looks like this week's going to shape up to be similar.
I guess if you're busy, you're making money, though, right? That's the name of the game in trucking.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I'm not the kind that likes to sit around very long. I sit at home for any length of time, and I get stir crazy. So get me back in the truck, and I'm happy.
That's great. All right, well, we'll look forward to chatting again with you next week there. Have a great week, Joel, and be safe out there on the road.
Absolutely. You have a good week, too, and we'll talk again.
All righty, there you go. Getting things underway on a back-to-work Monday. Joel Morrow. And with that, what are we looking at here? Oh, it's, of course, 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. What's on your mind on a Monday? Of course, the Senate did ultimately pass the $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill over the weekend. I tuned into some of that circus, and indeed, it was a circus. I believe there were somewhere close to 30 amendments introduced, primarily by Republicans, and the Democrats declined each and every single one of them. And some of these amendments, things like not allowing people in prison to get a $1,400 stimulus check. Why are we going to send stimulus checks to prisoners? I mean, we're talking murderers, rapists. And that was just one of the many, many amendments issued. It was incredible. But again, along party lines, I don't know who was missing as far as the votes over the weekend, because time and time again, it was like 50 to 48 or 50, they'd be 50 Democrats to 48 or 49 Republicans. I don't know if someone was abstaining or one of the Republicans was just voting present, but I didn't see any 50-50 splits, which ultimately would have brought Kamala Harris into the mix to have that 50-51. You got the 50-50 split. Vice president gets to cast the changing vote there. But so we'll get into some of that. And suddenly, as I'm tuning into some of the coverage over the weekend, from Hannity to Tucker to Fox and Friends in the morning, everyone pretty much highlighting how quickly it appears Joe Biden's cognitive abilities are declining, how rapidly things seem to be going downhill. Listening into Dan Bongino, contributor to Fox News, Dan said, I've got a lot of sources, people on the inside in Washington, D.C., to which he said, every individual in Joe Biden's inner circle knows he's in a really bad place. They don't know what to do, though. So probably much sooner rather than later, they're talking about that they're going to invoke the 25th Amendment. Essentially, what is that? The 25th Amendment, which says he's unable to perform his duties as president. He's not fit to hold the office. Blade Runner sent me a link to this one here just a few minutes ago. Joe's long decline. From the American Thinker. How does this end, he says. Biden will be forced to resign probably within 6 months, a year at the latest, if the powers that be meet any resistance from the Bidens. They'll threaten the 25th Amendment. Congress will determine his fitness to hold office. That requires a 2/3 majority vote in both the House and Senate. That's a much higher bar than the alternative of impeachment, which requires a majority in the House and then a 2/3 of the Senate to convict or remove. While impeachment is a viable alternative, it requires some sort of high crime and misdemeanor. Thus, to force Joe's hand, those in charge will circle back to his Ukraine or China dealings. Now, faced with tying up Congress with a messy 25th Amendment process that puts his health on full display, or an ugly impeachment with all that implies, Joe will capitulate and resign. Kamala will be president. Under the 25th Amendment, her pick for vice president requires a majority vote of the House and Senate. If they wait until the midterms to force Joe's resignation and they lose the House Republicans could stonewall the vote after vote, and the vice president position could remain vacant. Not only would we lack a vice president, but there would not be anyone to break ties in the Senate. All the more challenging if the Senate remains at a 50-50 or close to that after 2022. Then again, even if Kamala is installed before 2022 and the House approves her vice president, it's highly likely the Senate vote will be tied. And there won't be a vice president to break the tie. According to the Senate website, in the absence of a vice president, the president pro tempore presides over the Senate, but authority to break ties lies strictly with the vice president. I'm not sure if that would constitute a constitutional crisis or just some sort of a conundrum, but it would be very messy nonetheless. Congress will likely craft legislation to fill the vacant vice president position. That would raise hotly debated amendment concerns, but given the last 4 years, we should be used to the extraordinary when it comes to the Constitution and political warfare there in our nation's capital. Blade Runner says, how did he put it? The rats are setting the stage for a palace coup against Sleepy Joe. It's so brazen and obvious, it wouldn't make the first draft of a ghost-written Tom Clancy novel. With that, we're looking at Newsbreak, as we call it. Newsbreak, bottom of the hour, get a quick update and more on the industry headlines. Starting with Friday, a semi-truck crashing into the back of another rig at high speeds in Oregon Friday morning, trapping 3 people inside the wreckage. The accident happened in Brownsville about 2:30 in the morning on Interstate 5. According to News 10, a 2015 Volvo semi was in the slow lane when it was rear-ended by a blue tractor-trailer traveling at a high rate of speed, they say. That collision left 3 people trapped inside the wreckage for an hour as firefighters worked to free them. All 3 transported to a nearby hospital. Their conditions not known. In addition to the 3 people, one of the investigating troopers discovered a small, uninjured dog in the cab of the Volvo truck, which was taken to a nearby animal shelter for safekeeping. Much more to come here on a Back to Work Monday. We'll get to your calls ahead at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States has rapidly increased its COVID vaccination efforts, setting new daily records for the number of shots administered last week. Nearly 2.9 million shots were given on Saturday alone. In the next few days, the CDC is expected to release guidance on activities that those who have been fully vaccinated can return to. Dr. Anthony Fauci says that vaccine supplies will begin to rapidly increase. The head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases tells CBS's Face the Nation that even as there are enough shots to vaccinate everyone, it will still take a large effort to administer them all.
As we get more doses, which are going to be dramatically increased as we get into April and May, and as the president has said, we will have, by the end of May, enough vaccines to vaccinate everyone. We'll have to put a big push to get it into people's arms. But by that time, we're going to be doing much, much better.
This is USA Radio News.
If you're a small business owner and you need to transform your business into the new virtual economy, hire the experts at Get Callers. For as little as $5 per hour, you can add as many virtual staff members you want to your company. They can make cold calls to generate leads, handle inbound calls, set appointments, customer support, live chat, and more. The best part is you have no expenses of computers or telecom minutes, no employee headaches, no contracts, no W-2s. Just a turnkey process for you at a fixed price that you can add as many virtual members to your team as you want. In today's economy, hire the professionals that know the virtual workspace. Call right now and learn how to add a virtual member to your team for just $5 an hour. Call Get Callers now. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. That's 800-765-2593.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, that would be me. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, thank you much, Blade Runner. You answered the question. It's talking about the votes. Yeah, why were Republicans short a vote? What was going on? Apparently, Senator Dan Sullivan was the Republican that departed Washington, D.C. on Friday, returning home to Alaska for a family funeral, leaving Republicans short a vote amid the freewheeling debate over the $1.9 trillion COVID package. Senator Sullivan says due to the recent passing of his father-in-law, he departed Friday afternoon to make it back to Fairbanks in time for the funeral. Now, Senator Sullivan intended to vote against final passage of the bill He made his opposition clear in a statement on Thursday after his vote against the motion to proceed with consideration of the bill. But his departure meant Republicans one less vote to rely on as they pushed amendment after amendment to the relief package. It was what they called a vote-a-rama session, just vote after vote after vote. Yeah, during the session, any senator can propose an amendment to be added to the relief package, with only a majority vote needed for it to succeed. Now, even with Sullivan's absence, Republicans could still add their amendments if the party remains unified and at least one Democrat would defect, which they did not. In a sign of the uncertainty, an amendment over unemployment insurance has already snagged the debate over the overall legislation. Yeah, there was one amendment that would provide $300 extra per week of unemployment insurance through mid-July. There was a competing amendment that would provide $300 a week through September of this year. And it was Senator Joe Manchin, the Democrat of West Virginia, that was the swing vote on which one prevailed there. So vote-a-rama. Again, ultimately, there were changes obviously made in the Senate versus the original House bill. So now that it has passed this version in the Senate, it goes back to the House once again, which I would imagine they will probably pass post-haste very rapidly, willing to accept the changes made in the Senate. So what are we looking at? It was a 50-49 vote with the support of every Democrat, no Republicans. One of the largest stimulus bills in U.S. history. Now, this partisan victory made possible by Democrats winning 2 Senate seats in Georgia, the special election back in January. Joe Biden says this will get checks out the door starting this month to the American people who so desperately need the help. So the final bill, $400 billion in one-time payments, that's $1,400 to many Americans, where it's based on income. There's a phase out that starts for those with an annual income above $75,000. It included the $300 a week in extended unemployment benefits for the 9.5 million people that are out of work. Democrats agreed to reduce those benefits from $400 a week in order to secure passage in the Senate. Now, they want the bill signed into law before the current unemployment benefits expire coming up on March the 15th, so just a matter of days away. About $350 billion set aside for the state and local governments that have seen the pandemic blow a hole in their budgets. You know, that's what they're trying to say. It blew a hole in their budget. No, this is a bailout of ill-run states, primarily Democrat states. It's going to bail out New York. It's going to bail out California. It's going to bail out Illinois. It's a bailout. Majority Leader, House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer said the House will vote on Tuesday on the Senate-passed bill. Yeah, Democrats broke out in applause when the bill passed on Saturday. Of course, liberal independent Senator Bernie Sanders fist-bumped Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Yeah, they're jumping for joy on this. This was the liberal wish list that all came to fruition over the weekend. They are jumping for joy. Republicans had sought a new round of aid, about 1/3 the size of Biden's plan. 2021 is already set to be our comeback year because of the relief bills that had been enacted last year. We've been watching the numbers of COVID cases coming down. Democrats, they didn't want to see that. They need the crisis to continue so they can keep tagging on more to their wish list. It was more or less a 12-hour standoff They set a record for the longest single vote in the modern era, 11 hours and 50 minutes, as Democrats negotiated a compromise on unemployment benefits to satisfy the likes of Joe Manchin, who walks a tightrope as a Democrat representing West Virginia, which backed Donald Trump in the November election. Now, I did mention, $1,400 checks. Death row murderers and terrorists are going to get $1,400 stimulus checks from this package. Senator Tom Cotton tweeted out about this over the weekend. He says, Dylan Roof murdered 9 people. He's on federal death row. He'll be getting a $1,400 stimulus check as a part of the Democrats' COVID relief bill. Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, remember the Boston bomber that murdered 3 and terrorized the entire city? He'll be getting a $1,400 stimulus check as part of the Democrat COVID relief bill. And in a third rebuke, he said Aaron Shamo was sentenced to life in prison for selling 1 million fentanyl-laced fake oxycodone pills to unsuspecting buyers. He'll be getting a $1,400 stimulus check while he's in prison from the Democrats' COVID relief bill. Now, this was one of the amendments that was introduced after Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana proposed an amendment that the checks not go to prison inmates. Like everything else, that was voted down 50-49. Cotton also rejected the provisions that permits a $1,400 per week check to federal employees who refuse to send their kids to school. They're going to give a lot of Americans a $1,400 check. Federal employees are going to get that same check. They're also going to get $1,400 a week every single week if their kids aren't in school. So if you're working in the middle of the country, hard to make a living, you get one $1,400 payment one time. If you're a federal bureaucrat in Washington where your schools are still closed, you get one every single week. I mean, you talk about the swamp looking out for itself. All right, we get to your calls here at 844-844-3388. What's going on, Doc Holliday?
Well, I don't get no check. Do I need to go to prison to get one or something?
Sounds like if you were there, you'd get one, yeah.
I wonder now what the community is going to say about Dylan Roof getting. I mean,
he just cited those. He cited 3 examples there, but yeah, how many inmates out there are for rape, for murder, for child molesters? Why are they going to get a $1,400 check? Well, here's what the Democrats said. Well, I mean, those convicted, those people in prison, they have family members or spouses that are also struggling to get by due to the pandemic. So I guess they suspect the families are going to get the money, right? Yeah, okay.
Well, is that Unabomber, is he still living? Is he still in prison or did he die?
Yes. The one brother was killed, in a shootout or whatever, but yeah, the surviving brother is still in prison.
Yeah, Ted Gracin. What was his name?
That was the Sarnia. No, that's that guy. No, I'm not sure if he's still alive or not. The Unabomber. I was thinking.
Well, he is. He'd get one. Charles Manson would have got one too if he was still living.
Yep.
Wouldn't that be the crock? But Steve, my prediction is, I have studied this and thought about it. I'm going to say by July the 4th, God forbid, but Kamala Harris is going to be president.
Okay.
By July the 4th, before July the 4th, that is my prediction. That Joe Biden is going to resign. They're not going to do the 25th.
He's going to come up. I think they had all this planned, and he's going to say, my health is declining. I didn't see this. I'm going to have to resign as president. And then Kamala Harris is going to be president. And it's going to be even worse than Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, she said, she couldn't even get enough votes to even get close to being nominated. She was one of the first ones out.
Correct.
But she did say on stage, my first day as president, I will end fracking. I see Joe said he wouldn't end fracking, but Kamala said she would end it. So, all you guys out there in the fracking field might be wanting to look for something else to do.
Think it's bad now? Just
wait. It's going to be a terrible situation.
Just wait, yeah.
Steve, I went from 81 degrees in South Florida to up here in Florence, Kentucky, what's 30-something darn degrees. Well, I tell you what, I'm right below you up here where it says Florence, y'all on the water tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Why don't you bring me some breakfast?
Well, I would, Steve, but I can't move. But Steve, I got a thought here. As the world's smartest man, I may have had an ingenious, probably the best money-making idea I could get. I need to get a patent on this. But you know these new electric cars that are coming out? I've figured out a way to run them, Steve, and never have to charge them, and they'll just keep going and going and going forever. Now think about this. Now, I don't know why they ain't thought about this, or maybe they have, and they just want these gas stations to make money.
Yeah.
But how does a generator or a turbine make electricity? It turns round and round some copper brushes, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
Makes electricity. An alternator does the same thing. So why not put a generator on each wheel of the car? And as the car is rolling, the generators will be running and keep the batteries charged, and you would never have to pull in nowhere and charge it up. It would just keep it charged the whole time it's rolling down the road. As the car rolls, the batteries charges, the car never stops. Think about that, Steve. Why can't they do that?
If you could find a way to make it feasible, make it happen, that's an idea, Doc.
I know. As the wheels turn, the generators inside the wheels are turning.
Yeah.
Creating an electrical charge to the batteries that are in the car. And as long as the batteries are charged, car would never stop. That's why they're using these charging stations. But do away with the charging stations. Just hook it up and the thing would run forever. Steve, I could be, maybe, don't know, but could be the world's smartest man.
Could be.
So think about that, Steve, and let's see if we can get some answers on that. I don't see why it wouldn't work. Why it don't make no sense why it wouldn't work. As long as you got the generators running, the batteries are charged, the car keeps going. You could even do that with a big truck, Steve. Just put a generator on all 18 wheels, and you'd have a hell of a charger. And just keep that truck going and never buy no more fuel.
You may very well be the world's smartest man. Yeah.
Yeah, I may need to get with them on the Green New Deal and tell them that I have the perfect idea here.
Yeah.
Now, somebody's probably listening to me, but this is my patent. You heard it first on Steve Sommers show by me. So if anybody tries to steal it, you're a witness, Steve. They stole my idea, and they'll have to pay us big money for stealing our idea.
Now, Doc, Big Moose just said it's called perpetual motion, and it does not exist.
Why don't it exist? Why wouldn't it? Why couldn't it exist?
Well, if you could, I've heard of perpetual motion. If you could be the one that actually brings it to reality, yeah, you'd be a very rich man. You'll be richer than Elon Musk in no time.
And Jeff Bezos.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to work on that, Steve. I'll get back with you. We may have an idea. I'll get with the mastermind, Dr. Pullamajoy, Big Ed, and get with him. And I guarantee you, me and him can come up with an idea. I might even get old Monkey Gouger involved there too, Steve.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we get me and Big Ed and Monkey Gouger together. We can come up with anything. So we'll get back with you on that, Steve, and let you know how it works.
I'll be looking forward to that.
Have a good night.
All right, and work on getting that 4.7 miles per gallon up, Doc. That's horrible.
Yeah, I know.
Now you're driving for somebody else, right? So I mean, it's not like it's out of your pocket. Is that correct? I think he hung up. He done hunged up on me. Well, thanks a bunch, Doc. All right, what are we looking at? About 8 before the hour. Good morning. There's old Horse Feathers checking in on a back-to-work Monday. What's happening, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, well, must be Doc Holliday. It must have been his turn at the table to throw out some cards there, huh?
Right.
Was he sitting at the card table there? Was it his turn to turn over his cards and put his chips in there, or what? He just left you hang and walked right away.
There ain't a casino in Florence.
All right. So how do I sound to you this morning, Your Honor?
Sounds good to me.
How's the modulation? All good and everything? Because I'm talking on my new Pluto Duo.
Sounds.
Only using the one side of it. I don't have the stereo on. I'm only listening to you in mono here. But
the one ear, yeah.
But we're working on that.
Okay.
Yep. So anyways, the instructions are, well, you got to be smarter than a fifth grader, I think, to be able to read the instructions, or maybe you have to be a fifth grader. Maybe being a fifth grader would have been the better thing to do, I think, with this new electronic world, because I know you got to be almost as smarter than a truck driver, because it did take me a little bit to figure it all out with the instructions and everything, but we got it all together, and so I guess if I can do it, anybody can do it there. So so it seems pretty good there. It's comfortable to wear. The one thing I like about it is that it's universal the way it's set up. You can wear it on the left side or the right side. You know, if you want the microphone and the one earpiece on the left side, you can wear it that way, or it'll flip over and it'll rearrange itself so that you can wear it on the right side. You know, if you're more comfortable with it over there. So that's one nice feature about it, because most of the headsets I've found are previous to this, they're set up. You can only wear them on one side. You know, you can't reverse them and wear them on the other side. So that looks like a pretty nice feature about that.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, as I say, everything connected right. Seemed like it hooked up good, charged good, and no real issues about it. Everything was pretty simple once I figured out what I was supposed to do it. So, but anyways, there. Hey, with Doc Holliday's idea there, that wheels generate power. You know that trains do that, right? The big train engines, because the only thing the diesel part of the train engine does there is run a generator and create 600 volts.
Charging the batteries.
They run that. Well, no, I don't know if they have batteries on them or not. They might have a little bit, because they do regenerative power, but they power the wheel ends are all electric drive motors. So it takes electric drive to move the train down the tracks, and they use the electric motors to hold back when you're going downhill. They would produce electricity going back when they're holding back going downhill. So, and their braking system. So the thing is that with the generation you get off of wheels, it actually takes more power to power the wheels than the return you get of the electric generation back of the wheels turning. So the problem is you get to go a little bit further than if the wheels didn't give you any electric back, but at some point you will run out. Now the question is can you supplement that with maybe solar power. If you put solar panels on your vehicle, you know, the roof, the hood, the trunk, and depending on the size of your vehicle, down the sides, would that generate enough? Of course, for us people that run in the overnights,
right.
They haven't figured out how to make solar panels that work with the moon. So until they come up with that idea, you know, that won't help us any. But that would be about the only other caveat you could use, is to have an additional power generation source. So I don't know. Doc's kind of onto something, but there's just it won't generate enough to recharge what you need to actually keep going, as the perpetual motion the Moose was talking about.
I think that's someone had
at some point you'll run out.
Someone had posted something very similar. Yeah, the trick is to get the generator to produce as fast as the power that you're using, and I guess that's what they don't have at this point in time. You're using juice faster than you can produce it. Okay, with that, what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. Looks like an earthquake swarm continues in the Regennes Peninsula. This is Iceland. Since February the 24th, over 20,000 earthquakes have been detected since the beginning of this swarm. As the series of strong quakes continues, more signs of magma movement are also being detected, which has prompted the officials monitoring the situation to raise the alert level from yellow to orange. Iceland is most known as a volcanic island in the North Atlantic, is one of the most active volcanic regions in the world. As history shows, its eruptions can sometimes have powerful impacts on Europe and the entire Northern Hemisphere. It has constant earthquake activity because it sits on both the Eurasian and the North American tectonic plates. Those plates are moving away from each other, tearing the island apart. It's the only place in the world, they say, where you can see those two tectonic plates and the mid-Atlantic ridge above ground. They've got some graphics there. The region of main activity has been the Regennes Peninsula. But this started February 24th. The strongest quake in the initial swarm was a 5.7. Numerous magnitude 3 and 4 quakes in that swarm, and many strong aftershocks. So looking at increased volcanic eruption potential in the coming days. And looking at one of the animated graphs here that shows the earthquake activity in the past 2 weeks. And boy, yeah, each quake kind of pops up on the graph. And, well, 20,000 quakes, that's a lot of activity. All right, what are we looking at? Rolling toward top of the hour, news update time. There are some critical industry headlines we'll get to just ahead here. What do you say? You got a new administration, and they're back. That being proposals, regulations that would have profound impacts on the trucking industry. How about speed limiters? They're back. How about underride trailer side guards and front guards? They're back. Yeah, just a couple of the industry headlines we'll get to in our next hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Senate passed a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package on Saturday, sending President Biden's signature measure back to the House for final approval. The bill, that includes $1,400 stimulus checks for many Americans, passed by a 50-49 vote along party lines. Senator Joe Manchin believes that they did pass a bipartisan bill, despite the fact that no Republican senators voted for it. The West Virginia Democrat tells CNN that many aspects of the bill were crafted by negotiating across the aisle.
In this bill, we targeted where help is needed. We were able to target basically the people that need help, the children that need help, the schools that need help, the people on the front line, all of America. That's what we were able to do. And a lot of that was by talking with my colleagues and negotiating back and forth. And I was able to channel that through, I think, and hopefully make a bill that is a much more encompassing bill. I think it's a great piece of legislation, going to help a lot of people.
This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
A young poet who gained international fame at President Biden's inauguration says she was tailed and confronted because she's black. Wendy King reports from the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau.
Poet Amanda Gorman says a security guard racially profiled her while she was walking home on Friday night. The 22-year-old, who recently recited a poem at President Biden's inauguration, tweeted that the guard followed her home and demanded to know where she lived because she looked, quote, suspicious. Gorman lives in Los Angeles, but she didn't specify exactly where the encounter occurred.
And authorities in Equatorial Guinea say at least 20 people have been killed and more than 600 injured after multiple explosions in the country's largest city. The blast occurred Sunday at a military base in the port city of Bata, according to the Central African country's health ministry. The nation's president says the cause of the explosion was negligent handling of dynamite in the barracks on the base. Officials fear the death toll still could rise as many people are still feared buried in the rubble of destroyed buildings in the area. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The CDC is expected to release guidance this week for people who've been vaccinated against COVID, laying out what activities it will be safe for them to resume. Dr. Celine Gounder is an infectious disease specialist and tells CNN what she expects those guidelines to look like.
Well, I think a good rule of thumb is if you have been vaccinated and you are around other people, all of whom have also been vaccinated, you can go back to whatever you did before the pandemic. If you are in a group of people that's mixed, some vaccinated, some not, you should still be wearing masks. And of course, if no one has been vaccinated, you really do need to continue wearing masks and social distancing and all the rest.
And lawyers for former President Donald Trump are asking GOP groups to stop using his name for fundraising. Wendy King has the details from the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau.
Attorneys for former President Trump have sent cease and desist letters to the Republican National Committee, the National Republican Congressional Committee, and the National Republican Senatorial Committee, which raise money and shape messaging for the midterm elections and beyond. All three committees have referenced Trump in recent emails asking for donations to increase their coffers as they work to win back control of Congress in midterm elections. On Friday, the RNC sent two fundraising emails asking those who consider themselves President Trump's most loyal supporters to virtually sign the official Trump thank you card. Politico also noted that Trump has been angry that those groups have used his name to support Republicans who voted to impeach him earlier this year.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, last hour touched on the 25th Amendment. Dick Morris weighed in on the situation over the weekend. Saturday, he said, no other president has been more missing from the beginning than Joe Biden has been in the first months of his presidency, and Democrats will likely end up invoking the 25th Amendment against him to remove him from office. Now, Dick Morris said within the next couple of years. I don't know that it's going to last the next couple of years. I said maybe in a few weeks after Dwight Eisenhower had his heart attack, he was kind of missing. But certainly no president has been missing from the beginning. And his poll numbers not so good, he further claimed, quoting Rasmussen Reports as the most accurate pollster. They have tracked every day of Joe's first 2 months compared with the former President Trump, and in every one of the 16 polls that were conducted in both administrations, every single one of them, Trump was actually above Biden. Further, Morris claimed that Biden has no base and no political traction. He believes over the next few years, Democrats will move to invoke the 25th. There are 2 signals of that one. Pointed out that 4 Senate Republicans have already sponsored a bill to strip Biden of his war-making authority. And before that, 30 Democrats wrote a letter to Biden asking him to relinquish his sole authority over the nuclear codes. I think this is all indicative of a lack of confidence in him, a lack of feeling he's well enough to make these decisions. And I think the 25th Amendment's not going to be very long in coming to fruition. There's a lot of buzz about that in D.C. And like I mentioned, Dan Bongino was saying that, according to his sources, which he has numerous there in the nation's capital, that the entirety of Joe Biden's inner circle are very concerned with what's going on with his cognitive abilities. Now, they shared the clip, and this was unbelievable. I guess this was like last Thursday or Friday. I can't read. I don't know what day exactly it was, but it was a Zoom meeting between Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi. And at one point, Joe Biden, the president, actually asked permission from Nancy Pelosi to take some questions from I guess, those that were tuned into the Zoom meeting. Let's take some questions, to which immediately the plug got pulled on the interview. Where Nancy was on the screen, it went to the rainbow bars. Connection gone. Who pulled the plug? Someone out there who's actually running the country. Is Nancy the one that's in charge of what's going on right now? Is the question being asked? Who is it? But suffice it to say, whoever the puppet master is, immediately said, no, he cannot take questions. Kill the feed. What's going on, Pappy?
Mr. Steve Sommers, how are you tonight, sir?
Doing all right. Happy Monday.
Man, I'll tell you what, Steve, we're in dire straits here, man. This country is on flip-flop mode. Man, oh man. I think Doc had it right there. They're not going to have to do the 25th Amendment. We're not going to have to impeach him. We're not going to hear hide nor hair of him. And then, no State of the Union, not a single press conference yet, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
And one of these days we're going to wake up. There's going to be a big announcement that our President Joe Biden is going to be addressing the nation. And he's going to give about a 3-minute speech, just like Mr. Nixon did. He's going to resign. Man, let me tell you something, Steve. I think the recession's already hit big time. When's the last time you've been to a lumber? Bought some lumber?
I've seen some report that lumber prices are going through the roof. I mean, I didn't really delve into what's the reason. What's the reason?
Steve, I don't know. Let me tell you. I built my daughter what they call this floating bed frame, right? It makes it look like it's just floating in the air. I went up to Home Depot, and I'm telling you what, I like to fell over. The prices on lumber is crazy. 2x4, a couple of years ago, I just built that deck a couple of years ago. Thank God I did it when I did it, because it would have cost 3 times the amount now. 2x4s used to go for $1.99, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are $6 a piece. $6 a piece. $5.89 to be exact up at Home Depot. OSB board, half-inch 4x8 sheet OSB board. Back when I used to build houses before what I'm doing now. I mean, we're going back in the mid-'80s now. One sheet of OSB board. It's like plywood. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
But they use the sheet roofs out and everything now. Half-inch sheet of OSB was $4.99. 2 years ago, it was $12 a sheet. Steve, it is $32 a sheet at Home Depot. Crazy. I kept on thinking, man, they got the wrong tag in the wrong spot. This can't be right. I'm looking around. The same thing with the 2x4s. There's no way a 2x4 is $6. I'm looking around. I don't know what the heck happened to the price of lumber. Maybe some of your drivers out there that haul some lumber might be able to enlighten us. But, man, I'm telling you, that's the whole reason I called in tonight, because I was just flabbergasted, man. It cost me $200 to build this little bed frame thing. And I'm telling you what, before COVID hit, I don't know if it's got anything to do with COVID, what's going on, but that would have cost no more than $50 or $60.
I'm looking at the headline from the Business Insider yesterday, as a matter of fact, said lumber prices have soared nearly 140%. Incredible.
Wow. I don't know what the reason for it is.
I think they try to...
Did they give a reason?
They try to delve in... let's see. A sign of the pandemic-induced housing boom fueled by record low mortgage rates and the mass exodus to the suburbs. But the broader economy may not be able to handle the higher prices. They say it's a sign that the economy is recovering, but it's just covering so quickly. There's only so much product out there at one point in time, he said. Prices move higher, driven by demand, while supply will continue to shrink. Meanwhile, other parts of the economy, like worker wage increases, have not been keeping pace. I don't know, they're making it sound like there's a housing boom or something.
Well, I mean, they're building houses, Wait till these interest rates go up or down. I don't know if you heard about the negative interest rates over in Europe. easy way to pay off some loans, I guess, that way. But all right, man. Hey, I'll let you go. Let somebody else get in here. The lumber prices just floored me, man.
I think they're getting into what they call that's the whole inflation thing, is it not? When some of the key headlines here from the Business Insider: lumber prices have soared nearly 140% over the last year. It is the best performing commodity right now. Chief market technician of Piper Sandler tells the Insider the chart shows prices could go up another 35% in the next year. But he added the economy may stub its toe as commodity prices outpace the rise in other aspects of the market like wages. And it gets to where you can't afford to buy that lumber. Fortune magazine, sometime last week, thinking about purchasing a new home. Expect to pay $24,000 more as the worsening lumber shortage pushes wood prices up 180%. In August of 2020, Fortune published an article looking at how the pandemic was both causing lumber demand to spike and lumber supply to fall. The perfect storm causing lumber prices to skyrocket, at which point added about $14,000 to the cost of the average new single-family home, according to the National Association of Home Builders. And it continues to go up from there. Let's see. That new deck you want to build could cost you twice as much. In February, prices reached an all-time high at just over $1,000 per, how do they break it down in the lumber world? Per 1,000 square feet or wood feet, whatever they call it, square board feet. $1,000 per 1,000 square board feet, which is double the price from just in November of 2020. Sheetrock, plywood, steel, roofing are also at a premium and can sometimes be in short supply as demand is unusually high. So for the average homeowner, that means the difference between getting what you want and either downsizing or rethinking what you can afford. That 16-foot new deck might end up being a 12-foot deck. Or you might choose to forego using lumber altogether and go with some sort of a composite material, something that's normally much more expensive than lumber, but right now it is a very competitive price. Viking Lumber's president said the number of factors contributing to this across-the-board inflated commodity price is something they've never seen before. It was kind of a perfect storm of factors. Sawmills and other production facilities had to shut down temporarily when COVID hit. A sudden drop-off in production. Then hurricane season, August and September. Prices on the yellow pine harvested in the southern U.S. jumping, a relatively common phenomenon around that time of year, depending on the severity of the hurricane season. That was followed by one of the worst forest fire seasons on record out west. Of course, that's the home to the country's most productive timberlands and lumber mills. Finally, throughout the pandemic, many people were at some point confined to their homes with very little on which to spend their discretionary income. Inevitably, some people decided they wanted a new kitchen cabinets or a new deck or a new patio. And when you're sitting at home, you start to see things you want to fix around the house. Now, the do-it-yourself marketplace literally exploded. And I said, we're a semi-pro lumber yard, but almost overnight we ended up becoming a retail Home Depot-style yard. We've had many, many, many more small sales and not so many large sales. Big change from what we used to see. All right, well, maybe that kind of explains it. Lumber prices off the charts. Now I'll get back to your calls here, and Yes, Red Mule.
Well, Steve, you answered one question for me there. I'm planning on building a porch deck on the front of my house. I was curious. We used, on the other house, we used that, what is it, tech or whatever, that composite. And like I say, it's a lot more expensive, but it sounds like it's competitive, so we may have to take a look at that. The world's smartest man there, Steve, I know he's got a lot on his mind, and I think he admitted one detail of his plan there, which y'all aren't taking into account, because I think what he was planning on doing was lubricating that car with Hot Shot Secret products, which might enable him to be able to achieve perpetual motion. What do you think?
Yeah, there you go.
Now, if that doesn't work, help my recollection here, Steve. Wasn't H&H, didn't they have a bunch of hamsters they were renting out to truck drivers years ago?
Yes, they did. That was Hollywood's Hamsters.
Yeah, if they still got some of them hamsters around, they could, he could put them generators on all the engine, on all the wheels, and then he could put a couple of squirrel cages there in the trunk and put a couple of hamsters in there and tie them to another generator that make up a difference of what they're lacking. What do you think?
That you might be onto something.
I don't know what it costs for hamster feed, but that might be the way to go. So let's hope he's successful in what he's done. Hey, Steve, now, y'all talking about old Biden resigning there. Doc likes to gamble. I like to gamble. We all like to gamble from time to time. I think one of the best gambles now would be to get some life insurance on Kamala Harris. I don't think she's going to be there very long. Let's keep in mind, good old Nancy Pelosi still wants to be queen. And if there's nobody there, she's next in line, I believe.
I think that's the way it used to be. That the whole where the speaker would take over the vice presidency. Now it changed at some point in time to where if the president were to pass away or whatever, the vice president becomes president. Then Kamala then would appoint who she wants to be her vice president, and then that has to be approved by the House and the Senate.
Okay, but if she doesn't get somebody approved, then it goes to Nancy Pelosi. Am I right? Are you with me, Steve?
I think it used to be. I believe now, no. If I think it just stays vacant until someone gets approved by the House and Senate. Like you wouldn't have a vice president.
Listen to me. Steve, listen to me. If they do not get a vice president in there and something happens to Kamala Harris, it goes to Nancy Pelosi, right?
Yeah, okay.
See? Are you with me, Steve? Are you see where I'm coming from?
I'm with you. I get it.
I think Kamala, I don't think she's going to be there very long myself, but we'll see. Hey, Steve, did you get that email I sent you?
Let me flip over here. The graffiti scoundrels. Yes, how about that?
Yeah, them scoundrels. They got me on New Year's Eve, Steve. It was a full moon, and they fixed me up pretty good. And so I took my trailer up there to the Salt Lake to the outfit that I deal with up there all the time. And there's no boy in there that he and I have known each other close to 30 years, worked together back and forth, and we like to give each other a hard time and everything. And he's one of the most talented people I've ever seen. He and his son, people in that shop, they do stuff. They repair them. They repair them old CR England trailers that get wrecked pretty bad. Now I'm always amazed at what they can do. And so I pulled in there, and he's on my trailer, and he come out there and started giving me some sass. Well, that's fine, I've done the same thing to him. And so we talk, and he said, well, I think there's a hard on there. And he said, I can't quite make out what some of them signs are on there. And I said, well, I don't know what they are either. I give up trying to figure them out. I said, but Danny, I understand that the thing to do with that graffiti is get rid of it immediately. He said, yeah, we want to get that off there. He said, well, I'll get a man on there. And he said, yeah. He said, I don't live in one of the best areas of town. He said, I get graffiti in my neighborhood quite often. He said, I make it a priority to get out there and get it cleaned up. He said, last year, he said, I got home just about dark. And he said, I seen that the neighborhood kids had been out there graffitiing in our neighborhood. He said they'd gone out in front of my house on the sidewalk. They'd painted some lines there and put some symbols out there. And he said, then out in the street, they painted some more lines and put some symbols in there. He said, I pulled in the garage. He said, I had a can of black spray paint there. He said, I wasn't going to work on sidewalks. He said, I went out there in the street. He said, I painted black over them lines and them symbols. And then he said, I saw over by my neighbor's house, it got him too. He said, so I went over there and started painting black over that. And he said, then I realized that they were surveyors parking. They was fixing to do road construction in front of my house.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these. I don't know. One of them looks like it says Lorax or something. Wasn't that like out of a Dr. Seuss book? Lorax, the Lorax?
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't make nothing out of it, but I just we got it all cleaned up. And years ago, I got graffitied, and I heard some outfits come up there and do it, and they had some chemical. I mean, they just took that paint right off. And what these guys were using, they had to use a pressure washer and everything. It didn't come out quite as good. And I don't know if that other chemical, we looked into it at the time. I don't remember what it was. Wanted to buy stock in the company, and I don't know if it was off the market or what. But anyhow, we got off. Hey, Steve, what is it?
And I believe he lost his cell. Just like that. Right out in the middle of nowhere. Well, he had one final question, but we didn't get that one. Yeah, he sent me the photograph of he's got his tractor, his trailer, of course. You'd recognize him going down the road because the side of his trailer is emblazoned with termlimits.org. Sign the petition to limit congressional terms. He's been a proponent of term limits for many, many years. So he's got a big cowboy boot. I guess that's supposed to be depicting a politician, a guy in a suit and tie, getting a cowboy boot in the derriere. Like, your time's up. Move on down the line. Term limits. And yes. All right, what are we looking at here? It's 844-844-3388. Deranger, we got a new Lennox heat pump in 2016. Last week, it decided to take a dump. And yesterday, while on the phone, the saleswoman told me that heating and air conditioning units are in short supply. And by this summer, it's going to be impossible to get a new unit. She told me if I needed a new unit to get it now, because by summer, I might be screwed. So we need to watch this. I know you had an issue getting yours fixed, but if your AC goes out in the summer, I don't know what people are going to do. And yes, lumber in our area is through the roof as well. Some are looking at using backyard mill guys to get wood and build things. It's getting crazy out here. All right, as far as heating and air conditioning units, knock on wood, mine have all been repaired. Inside units pretty much almost brand new. Only thing we didn't have to replace was, what do they call it, the A-frame. Had to put a new motor, new drip pan, new control board. All right, with that, we're up to a news break. We'll be back right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Senate passed a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package on Saturday, sending President Biden's signature measure back to the House for final approval. The bill, that includes $1,400 stimulus checks for many Americans, passed by a 50-49 vote along party lines. Senator Joe Manchin believes that they did pass a bipartisan bill, despite the fact that no Republican senators voted for it. The West Virginia Democrat tells CNN that many aspects of the bill were crafted by negotiating across the aisle.
In this bill, we targeted where help is needed. We were able to target basically the people that need help, the children that need help, the schools that need help, the people on the front line, all of America. That's what we were able to do. And a lot of that was by talking with my colleagues and negotiating back and forth. And I was able to channel that through, I think, and hopefully make a bill that is a much more encompassing bill. I think it's a great piece of legislation, going to help a lot of people.
This is USA Radio News.
Have you written a book? You can become a published author with Dorrance Publishing, the nation's oldest publishing services company. Countless authors have trusted Dorrance for nearly 100 years to bring their book to the market. Our professional team will edit your text, design your book pages, and create an appealing, eye-catching custom cover. Plus, our authors benefit from a custom book promotion marketing campaign that makes your book available where people buy books, like Amazon and brick-and-mortar bookstores. So make this free call right now to claim your free author's guide to publishing. Don't wait another day. Take one step closer to realizing your dream of becoming a published author and seeing your name in print. You've already written a book, so the next thing to do is make this free call right now to Dorrance Publishing and get your free guide to publishing. Call right now.
800-809-5189. 800-809-5189. That's 800-809-5189.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, according to our friends at OOIDA, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, they are adamantly opposed to any proposal that would mandate speed limiter devices in commercial motor vehicles. Yeah, we've come full circle. They're back. White sent a letter to Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg telling him to reject failed speed limiter proposals that have been resurrected by the American Trucking Association in coordination with Road Safe America. Well, we go back to 2016 when they had this notice of proposed rulemaking. Would not only fail to improve safety and likely lead to more crashes involving commercial motor vehicles, but would provide large carriers an even greater competitive advantage over the small businesses. We are adamantly opposed to any proposals that would create a separate nationwide speed for commercial motor vehicles. Of course, they have long opposed these efforts to mandate speed limiting devices, stating that they actually make the roads less safe. Research shows speed limiters increase congestion. It increases the speed differential between cars and trucks, which ultimately leads to more crashes. Also, arbitrary speed limits make it difficult for truck drivers to switch lanes to accommodate merging traffic at entrance ramps or to merge themselves. Studies and research have already proven that we were all taught long ago in driver's ed classes. Traffic is safest when vehicles travel at the same relative speed. The latest proposal from the ATA would mandate that trucks operate at a speed of either 60, 65, or 68. Now, mega carriers, their use of speed limiters is primarily for fleet management purposes. A tool single truck operators and small fleets do not require. This is nothing more than an attempt to eliminate one of the few economic advantages that small business truckers right now enjoy. So it's the same debate we've had over and over again for years. They've been talking about this. ATA started this push for speed limiters as far back as 2006. And they keep coming back. Yeah, maybe. That's the old try, don't succeed. One of these days they might get it. But all right, we'll get back to the calls here as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Got a Monday coming on. What's happening this morning, Eagle?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, let me make one quick comment about the speed, since you was talking about that, and then I got something serious to talk about tonight concerning Joe Biden in the state of Texas, Steve. But speed limiters, when they install, which they're never going to probably get it to go through, when they install speed limiters on these trucks, that's when I'll stop driving trucks. I'm not driving no truck no 60 miles an hour, nor 65, nor 68. My truck, I'm not going to tell how fast my truck goes, but believe me, I can go above the speed limit when I'm on the interstate making my money, and I'm not going to allow the government to regulate how fast that my truck goes, because they don't regulate how fast a four-wheeler goes. I have four-wheelers passing me up every day doing 85, 90 miles an hour, and they don't seem to be too concerned about those people. So I don't understand why they're concerned about truck drivers. Okay, now let me say this right quick, Steve. First of all, I want to make one quick note about NASCAR. I'm glad to see Chevrolet back in victory lane, and Kyle Larson. The man, he lost his job last year for some comments he made. He shouldn't have lost his job. He should have just been suspended for a couple of races. I told you that last year. Much worse things have been said by professional athletes, and their career wasn't taken away from them. So Kyle Larson, congratulations for winning the Las Vegas race today and getting back in the victory lane, because he shouldn't have been kicked out of the sport of NASCAR for a whole year, as far as I'm concerned. Now, let me say this right quick, Steve. As far as Joe Biden is concerned, in Texas where I live at, man, we're in a very dangerous situation with this guy Joe Biden. He has literally opened the borders up to these individuals from Honduras, Guatemala, and Mexico. Luckily, we have a governor in the state of Texas who thinks like Donald Trump, who actually says what's on his mind and does what's on his mind. And he has said that he is going to deploy the National Guard to the border of Texas to stop these individuals from coming into our country. Do you realize what this guy Joe Biden is doing, Steve? This guy is allowing these kids that are invading the border, these kids are testing positive for the coronavirus, and Joe Biden is allowing these kids to still come into the United States. Mm-hmm. Did you hear what I just said?
Absolutely.
Now, let me ask you a question. How is the governor of the state of Texas going to open the state of Texas up and tell people that they don't have to wear a mask and it's not a mask mandate, yet Joe Biden is allowing people in with the coronavirus? Doesn't that idiot realize that that he's just going to reinfect the state of Texas with the virus by letting these people into the state? This is totally ridiculous what Joe Biden is doing, and it needs to be stopped. You know, he had the nerve over the weekend to say that he was going to send his people down to the people from Washington, D.C. down to the border, Texas and other places to see what's going on. Well, I'll tell you what's going on, Joe Biden. You ain't got to send nobody down here. These people are coming in illegally. They have no right to be in this country, and you could put a stop to it by doing what Donald Trump did, by saying that you will remain in the state, you will remain in Mexico until your court hearing, and then if it's determined that you're allowed to come in the U.S., you'll be allowed in. You don't allow somebody into the country, Steve, and then give them a court date and expect them to show up 6 months to a year from now. You know, I know, and everybody else know that those people will never be seen again. Did you hear what I just said, Steve?
Absolutely. Yeah, we've been saying that for years, Eagle. You're correct. Yes.
And it's really pissing me off. Like I say, it's really pissing me off what's going on with Joe Biden. I seen a story on ABC News the other day, Steve, on YouTube. Do you realize there was a family down at the Texas border, and they came into the U.S. illegally? They got apprehended and deported back to Mexico. Joe Biden and his people, they went to Mexico and got these and brought them back to the U.S. They said that they had family in Boston, Massachusetts, and somebody, the Biden administration, whoever it was, purchased a ticket for these people to go to Boston, Massachusetts, and stay with their family members that they had here. These are illegal people, yet the tickets were purchased for them to go to Boston, Massachusetts, and start their new life. There's something wrong with this, and as long as Joe Biden keeps doing this, these people are going to continue to stampede to the border. We got caravans headed to the USA right now, because they know that Joe Biden is going to do absolutely nothing to stop them. Joe Biden, like you said, they don't need the 25th Amendment needs to be placed in just for this one stupid mistake that this guy is doing right now, Steve, because this is going to destroy the United States of America, what Biden is doing. I don't know if the guy is just plain stupid or if the guy is doing it on purpose, but either way, it needs to be stopped. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Yep, it's crazy times. Well, I mean, here's an update from Sunday afternoon. Another executive order. Surprise, surprise. Joe Biden signed an executive order Sunday designed in part to increase voting and voter registration access for criminals in prison and on probation. According to the White House, the order will direct the Attorney General to establish procedures to provide educational materials related to voter registration and voting, and to the extent practicable, to facilitate voter registration for all eligible individuals in the custody of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, according to the fact sheet from the White House. The Attorney General must also help former prisoners obtain appropriate identification to satisfy the state voting requirements under the new law. Biden also requested the U.S. Marshal Service include language in their contracts to facilitate voting by mail and provide eligible criminals information on voting and voter registration. Biden's plan was announced during a recorded address on the 56th commemoration of what was known as Bloody Sunday, the 1965 incident where some 600 civil rights activists were viciously beaten by state troopers as they tried to march for voting rights in Selma, Alabama. To which Biden said every eligible voter should be able to vote and have it counted. If you have the best ideas, you have nothing to hide, let the people vote. So this order will direct federal agencies to expand access to voter registration and election information. It calls on the heads of agencies to come up with plans to give federal employees time off to vote or volunteer as nonpartisan poll workers. Plus, it pushes an overhaul of the government's vote.gov website. Democrats attempting to solidify support for House Resolution Number 1, H.R. 1, which touches on virtually every aspect of the election process, which was approved last Wednesday in a near party line vote, 220 to 210. We've had a lot of folks weighing in on H.R. 1. All right, next on the list here, let's get back to the calls. Who we got here? I believe that would be the Grump. Good morning, Grump.
Oh, what's up, Steve?
Hey there.
Yeah, he's talking about who would take over if Joe Biden resigned and or if he was removed on the 25th Amendment and Kamala Harris was to step into the president's job. She can nominate somebody. It's not going to be the Speaker of the House. I guarantee you that.
Right.
They never did get along. She can nominate anybody she wants in the United States. That's her prerogative. They look at, when Nixon resigned, Spiro Agnew, of course, he resigned also and got charged, what was that, 1973, I think, something like that. He got charged with corruption. So, he of course, he pled no contest, so, that wasn't no big thing. But anyway, Gerald Ford was Nixon's choice for vice president, and he was the majority leader of the House. So he moved up, and then Nixon resigned, and then here Ford was became president, and who'd he go after? He got Nelson Rockefeller out of the governor of New York to be his vice president. So it's kind of a sticky situation. There's nothing in there that the only thing that says is if the Speaker of the House moves into the presidency, if the vice president cannot fulfill those duties, it doesn't mean vice president. She'll never be vice president. And I don't think Nancy Pelosi's her popularity is about like dog poop. Throw some something in it, and it's probably a little higher, than Nancy Pelosi's popularity. So I don't think, that woman's on her way out. I don't think she's gonna make it another term.
I think what Red Mule was alluding to was if they do invoke the 25th and Joe is removed, or even if Joe just voluntarily decides to step down, that something might nefariously, mysteriously happen to Kamala, and then who becomes president. I think that's where he was headed.
Right. Well, then Speaker of the House becomes president. That's planned succession. But and then she would nominate whoever, which would probably be her, Steny Hoyer, or one of them, as her vice president. But yeah, she's number 3 in the plan of succession. But it's kind of crazy, man. I tell you what, I've been kind of, staying off the news. I'm just sick of listening to, about Biden and stuff like that. This idiot's done more damn executive orders than any other human being. What he's doing right now with this voting, revamping voting laws through executive order is against the freaking Constitution. It's up to the states to choose their own voting ways. They're the ones that draws it up in their own Constitution. Now the federal government can come up with any kind of craziness they want to do. I mean, he can write all the executive orders that he wants to write, and I guarantee you, people like Kristi Noem up in South Dakota is going to say, "Go to hell. We ain't going to follow it." And same way with Florida, Texas, several other states, red states. But they ought to be dragging his ass into court for everything he's doing. You know, I mean, every executive order should be challenged. That's one thing that I think, I don't care whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, get rid of executive orders. You know, we put them people in office, those congressional members, you know, whether they're in the House or in the Senate, we elect those people to do our business. When you have a president of the United States that says, and Barack Obama started that crap, you know, with his pen and his phone. And when you have them just willy-nilly writing executive orders, such as the DREAM Act. All right, he went against the Constitution on that one, but what happened? You know, here you got this spineless Roberts that went along with it. You know, he's let the voters decide. That's not his job to do that. His job is to rule on the constitutionality of these executive orders, and it just blows my mind how this moron, Roberts, who can just willy-nilly decide, pick and choose what the hell he wants to enforce or not. I mean, when you look at the president of the United States, when they raise that arm and, they raise their right hand and they take that oath, how in the hell can they just decide to sidestep the Constitution when the last three lines of the Constitution is to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. And they're not doing it. So, man, I'll tell you, it's this whole election season has just been crazy. I mean, they're going to do anything under the sun so that they can prevent anybody from Donald Trump ever running again. And that's the Democrats' whole playbook right now, is just to step up and just do every damn thing humanly possible to let any Tom, Dick, or Harry, whether they're in prison or whether they're just crossing the damn border, stick a ballot in their hand and let them vote.
Yep.
And it's just a damn shame that people and I'll use myself as an example. I spent many, many, many years in the United States military. And it just makes me sick to say, see how many times that I, took that oath to defend the Constitution of the United States against all powers, foreign and domestic. And here you got the worst ones is right here. It's the Democratic Party is just changing every damn thing. And it's, I don't know when it's going to stop, but it needs to stop. I get it. Term limits right now. I mean, just pull the plug and let's get rid of every damn one of them. I don't care if they're your congressman or your senator and you think they're doing good. I might think the same thing about mine. Get the hell out of there. Let's get rid of them and get somebody else in there. That's what we need is new faces, because it's the same damn old guard that's been in there forever. And they're ruling. They're not legislating. They're ruling. And that's what just burns my ass about this whole thing. But and as far as these speed limits, let's jump over here on these trucks. The ATA in the last election cycle gave Republicans 70.84% of the money. That was their donation. So if you want to look at these speed limiters, look at who's writing the damn bills. It's Republican Party. And I despise Democrats with a passion. But these damn Republicans, this spineless bunch of morons, they're no better than Democrats. I mean, they're the ones. Who do you think wrote Map 21? It was a Republican bill that come down with these electronic logs at the request of who else? The ATA. They got their little minions in there and they're doing their job of writing the bills, and they're coming up with they got their lobbyists working on every damn thing. The ATA wants this one size fits all industry. And if anybody knows any damn thing at all about this industry, it's broken up into so many sectors. You got meat haulers, you got, livestock haulers, oversized, flatbedders. You got every damn thing under the sun. And it just burns my ass to be, my speed limit is my foot. I've never had a speeding ticket in my trucking career in almost 30 years now. Never. I haven't had any violations. But the average speed out here on the highway, and they did that study. Remember that one study that they did before they even come up with this brilliant idea? It was like the average speed of trucks was 62 miles an hour. That was the average. And, they think that we're going to have less accidents. How in the hell are you going to have less accidents when 73% of the accidents on the road involving trucks is the fault of other than the truck. You know, they just can't wrap their mind around that. They're like, no. Let's just slow them down again. Maybe we won't have any. Or what? Like wearing face masks? You ain't gonna have any more damn COVID? You know, I mean, these idiots just, I don't know what the hell the reality needle is anymore on congressional members and stuff, but it's just stupid as can be. They're coming up with every damn law under the sun to make our lives worse. You know, it's just, you think they would take a deep breath and say, look, you know, the last people in the world we want to piss off is truck drivers. Because one of these days they are going to get fed up with every damn thing, and it's going to make the strike of 73 and the one of 79 look like nothing. You know, you're going to see trucks sitting everywhere. I mean, it's just, how much more can they push us? You know, I'm hauling meat, you know, again, and I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, it's just, you know, the more you look at this country, it's like, damn, is this what I grew up in? You know, I mean, it just makes me sick, you know, to see it. But, you know, Steve, I last night I was at a place. I was at a business, and they call you when they got you unloaded, and they call me, and the girl said, you know, she said, yeah, come up and pick up your paperwork. I said, yes, ma'am, thank you. And she goes, what? You know, and I said, yes, ma'am. She goes, and so, you know, I thought, what the hell was that about? So I went in the office there and hear this little goofy looking kid sitting behind the damn counter there that's got half her head shaved. The other half is green. She looked like a lightning rod with all the damn earrings in her face.
Uh-oh.
And, you know, she had tattoos everywhere, and she's sitting there and so I stepped up the window. She said, who's in door 328? I said, I was. So I stepped up the window, and I said, all right, ma'am, thank you. And she goes, I don't like being called that. And I said, what? And she goes, I don't like being called. Just got, you know, uppity with me about it. And I said, you know something, you can kiss my lily white ass, girlfriend. I said, who the hell are you? You sitting back there looking like a damn lightning rod, number one. And I said, I cannot believe the militant lesbians and all the, you know, the LGBT community out here that you know, that is, you know, they're taking politeness out of everything. I said, it wasn't a shot against you, you dumbass. You know, it's just a sign of respect when you say yes, ma'am, or no, sir, or something like that. That's the way I was brought up. But I guess these kids today, man, they're brought up under completely different rules. I'd smack my son in the damn mouth. He's 28 years old if he was to talk to somebody like that. I'd be like, no, you wasn't raised like that, dude. You ain't gonna do it now. But this seems to be the, you know, the normal out here anymore. It just, I mean, you go to some of these businesses and, you know, sometimes you got some of the nicest people in the world, but then you got these idiots that somehow believe that, you know, their life is just so sorry that they got to talk to you bad. And, you know, regardless of how polite you are, it just, I don't know, man, I about reached my limit. I'm going to start boxing some damn ears around here or something. I don't know. Like I say, I'm just getting fed up with it.
Well, you reckon she wanted to be referred to? Did she want to be referred to as sir? Was she yes, sir? Is that what you wanted, or?
You know, I screwed up one time. I seen this girl. She looked like a damn man. I mean, she had her hair cropped down and stuff like that. And at first I thought she was just some young, you know, nice, clean shaven young guy. And I said, thank you, sir. And, you know, obviously she was a lesbian. I mean, she made that clear. But I said, thank you, sir. And she turned around, she goes, what? And I said, and then I realized that she wasn't a sir. And she goes, I'm not a sir, thank you. And I said, well, you're trying awful damn hard to look like one. And I walked out the door. I was like, Jesus Christ, you know, what the hell is wrong with these people? You know, it's I don't know. It's crazy. You know, you walk this fine line anymore, this political correctness. Well, somebody does. I'm not going to. You know, I'm going to say what's on my mind. If it hurts their feelings, I don't give a rat's ass. They can get over it. You know, if they can't, they can crawl in their little tear circle, go rent them a damn comfort pet or whatever they do, and get by. You know, I'm just fed up with even thinking about meeting these morons halfway. It's time that everybody in America that has any sense of moral values whatsoever stands up and gives this big collective kiss our butts. You know, we're tired of this crap. And it starts with Biden and Kamala Harris and, the happy hooker or whatever she is. I don't know. buddy, that's the way it is, man. I just thought I'd give you a buzz and see what's going on. Oh, yeah. Did you got that email I sent to you, didn't you, about that makeover thing?
Yes, I did. Yes.
I'm not really putting a lot into that. I've talked to her a couple of times now, and it just, I don't know.
And just like that, he lost his cell, didn't he? Yeah, we talked about that a little bit last week. I was talking to Monkey Gouger about it, so I think he'll be checking in here momentarily. Hey, right there, we're top of the hour, so news update, more to come at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Senate passed a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package on Saturday, sending President Biden's signature measure back to the House for final approval. The bill, that includes $1,400 stimulus checks for many Americans, passed by a 50-49 vote along party lines. Senator Joe Manchin believes that they did pass a bipartisan bill, despite the fact that no Republican senators voted for it. The West Virginia Democrat tells CNN that many aspects of the bill were crafted by negotiating across the aisle.
In this bill, we targeted where help is needed. We were able to target basically the people that need help, the children that need help, the schools that need help, the people on the front line, all of America. That's what we were able to do. And a lot of that was by talking with my colleagues and negotiating back and forth. And I was able to channel that through, I think, and hopefully make a bill that is a much more encompassing bill. I think it's a great piece of legislation, going to help a lot of people.
This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
A young poet who gained international fame at President Biden's inauguration says she was tailed and confronted because she's black. Wendy King reports from the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau.
Poet Amanda Gorman says a security guard racially profiled her while she was walking home on Friday night. The 22-year-old, who recently recited a poem at President Biden's inauguration, tweeted that the guard followed her home and demanded to know where she lived because she looked, quote, suspicious. Gorman lives in Los Angeles, but she didn't specify exactly where the encounter occurred.
And authorities in Equatorial Guinea say at least 20 people have been killed and more than 600 injured after multiple explosions in the country's largest city. The blast occurred Sunday at a military base in the port city of Bata, according to the Central African country's health ministry. The nation's president says the cause of the explosion was negligent handling of dynamite in the barracks on the base. Officials fear the death toll still could rise as many people are still feared buried in the rubble of destroyed buildings in the area. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The CDC is expected to release guidance this week for people who've been vaccinated against COVID, laying out what activities it will be safe for them to resume. Dr. Celine Gounder is an infectious disease specialist and tells CNN what she expects those guidelines to look like.
Well, I think a good rule of thumb is if you have been vaccinated and you are around other people, all of whom have also been vaccinated, you can go back to whatever you did before the pandemic. If you are in a group of people that's mixed, some vaccinated, some not, you should still be wearing masks. And of course, if no one has been vaccinated, you really do need to continue wearing masks and social distancing and all the rest.
And lawyers for former President Donald Trump are asking GOP groups to stop using his name for fundraising. Wendy King has the details from the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau.
Attorneys for former President Trump have sent cease and desist letters to the Republican National Committee, the National Republican Congressional Committee, and the National Republican Senatorial Committee, which raise money and shape messaging for the midterm elections and beyond. All three committees have referenced Trump in recent emails asking for donations to increase their coffers as they work to win back control of Congress in midterm elections. On Friday, the RNC sent 2 fundraising emails asking those who consider themselves President Trump's most loyal supporters to virtually sign the official Trump thank you card. Politico also noted that Trump has been angry that those groups have used his name to support Republicans who voted to impeach him earlier this year.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Jump back into it here on a Monday. All right, after an extended stretch of unseasonably mild weather across the plains and Midwest through early week, forecasters are monitoring a storm system that will undoubtedly bring a little weather whiplash to the northern tier of the country as the atmosphere is going to be kind of whipped up in such a manner that results in the clash of the air masses across the plains and upper Midwest by midweek. When you get the interaction of the mild and the chilly air, that's your catalyst right there. A storm's going to form in response to that, and that's going to bring us the full spectrum of unsettled weather conditions. First of all, though, record-challenging warmth will persist in places like Rapid City and Aberdeen, South Dakota, Fargo, North Dakota, and even Minneapolis here as we start the new week. Conditions make that unsettling turn Tuesday night into Wednesday as that storm system forms along the Colorado Front Range. In response to the formation of that storm system, cold air begins to press southward from the Canadian prairies into the northern plains. In some cases, high temperatures Wednesday will be 20 to 30 degrees short of what you see on Tuesday. Now, we're not talking any sort of record territory. It's not going to be anything close to what we saw with some of our recent outbreaks in the month of February. But it's still going to be a bit of a shock to the system as the temperatures fall rather rapidly. Aberdeen, South Dakota, you're expecting to reach a high temperature of 70 degrees Tuesday afternoon. Followed by temperatures struggling to reach the mid-40s by Wednesday. Many other cities in that region will follow suit. On top of the rapid cool-down, a return of wintry conditions is expected. Now, we're not talking any sort of a blockbuster storm midweek, but Mother Nature's going to remind residents wintry weather's not quite done just yet. The main corridor for winter conditions Wednesday will extend from the Wyoming and Colorado Rockies eastward through South Dakota on into Minnesota. In that zone, the highest snowfall totals, which may actually approach upwards of a foot of snow, will remain limited to the central portions of Wyoming, areas, say, west of I-25 and north of I-80. But what a rude awakening that would be. The Black Hills of South Dakota, you may be in that zone for higher snowfall totals from that storm coming up midweek. While mild enough temperatures may limit snow from piling up in places like Rapid City and Sturgis, the high terrain of the Black Hills, upwards of a foot of snowfall total. Upwards of half a foot. Temperatures hovering near or slightly above freezing may also play a key factor in determining just how much snow falls along the I-29 and the I-90 corridor in eastern South Dakota Wednesday. All right, there you go. The midweek threat for snow across the plains and the Midwest may not be the only round of wintry weather for the center of the nation this week. There's another system that may follow down the pipeline during the latter half of this week. This one may have the potential to bring along a swath of heavy snowfall as well. Still a lot of uncertainty with the late week storm, but confidence is slowly beginning to increase in the potential for a disruptive round of snow across the Front Range, the Central Plains, potentially the Midwest late week, and on into next weekend. They will continue to monitor as things come together. All right, big warm up, big cool down, but hey, at least you get a couple of days of warmer temperatures. And we'll dig a bit more into the potential for the severe weather threat that will also accompany that storm in the central and southern portions of the country later this week. Meanwhile, I'll get back to the calls here, and there's our old friend Heatwave. Good morning, Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor.
What's going on?
To Senor Eagle and Senor Grunt. I agree with y'all 100%. So y'all just testified to the crowd here, and we'll yell with you and tell these people what kind of absolute morons they are for their policies and their ideas. Grump, I tell you what you need to do is, if these people get so damn offended by giving them their rightful name of sir or ma'am, you might as well just call them stump, because they're about as dumb as one. So, anyways, Steve was talking to, I think I sent you an email last Monday when they were talking about the silver object that passed the United Airlines flight there in northeast New Mexico.
Right.
And they were wanting to know if that was a missile or something. Well, White Sands Missile Range is located east of the Oregon Mountains, which is east of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Not only is the Army in charge of the White Sands, but it's also NASA. They have facilities there, and they are very, very strict as far as whenever they do have flights, they shut down US 70, which goes from Alamogordo to Las Cruces. So and the missiles have a limited range. Of course, they all have this little self-destruct button in case something goes bad while in the flight. But from south central New Mexico, and you're talking about maybe 50 miles north of El Paso. I don't think that they would be shooting off any missiles to northeastern New Mexico, because that's a long distance to go, and that's way out of their flight path that they're supposed to abide by.
Yeah.
And now northern New Mexico, especially around Aztec, they have had sightings of these cylindrical objects. And I think I had seen, I think it was on the History Channel, back in, I think it was 72, 74, somewhere around there, where the whole town was basically just, stunned by what they were seeing. And I mean, they have photographic evidence of, and police reports of this silver cylindrical object. So, New Mexico is a crazy state. I mean, we have some weird stuff. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I'm sure other states have their weird stuff, but we have more than our fair share. So, if we hear something go boom in the middle of the night, well, if we don't know if they're actually blowing bombs up at the missile ranges, bombing ranges, or if it's the ground that's cracking underneath their feet, or if they found the new site to get the gypsum. You never know. So, damn it, I know I had other things. Well, since I can't think of the other thing I was going to talk about, I guess I'll end it with a Sunday silly. We got time for that?
Sure, lay it on us.
Okay. This little girl marries her first husband, and they have 12 kids. And then the husband passes away. And the young lady finds herself another old boy, and they have another 12 kids. And he passes away. And a few years later, she finally passes as well. During the visitation, two of her best friends, dressed in the black garb, show up to her casket, and one of the ladies says, well, they're finally together. And the first lady says, who, her and her first husband or her and her second husband? And the other girl says, no, it's her legs. They're finally together.
That's about true.
Hey, y'all have a good morning.
Thank you much. Yeah.
Yep, sure enough.
24. Now, that's one hell of a litter, if you ask me. What's happening, Monkey Gouger?
Hey, Steve.
Hey there.
I just woke up from a nap and all fired up. Oh, I got something to say. Fasten them seatbelts, boys and girls. Did you get to watch any of that race today?
I did not. I didn't get to catch any of the racing this weekend. Missed it all.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. You missed a damn good race. That was some of the hardest races I've seen in 4 or 5 years. And them Chevrolets put on a commanding performance. And I want to thank Kyle Larson, Chevrolet, Rick Hendrick, Pia Price back, and Kyle Larson in victory lane. And I mean, he wore that butt out too, buddy. I mean, he done it with fashion and form and speed and raw horsepower. I was happy to see him show that they let a talent go over a slip of the tongue that should have never happened. And where did Bubba finish? 28, 3 laps down. So, I don't think he finished a race this year that he was even up there in the top 10. But with that, Steve, there was something else I wanted to bring up that Grump was touching on about these speed limiters. Do you know that Marco Rubio, now you hear what I told you now, Marco Rubio, right?
Mm-hmm.
Republican senator, and another one of them Republican senators, I don't remember what his name was, has reintroduced the undercarriage ride bill.
Yes. Yep.
Yep, sure did. It come out Friday in Overdrive magazine. Now, it is time for everybody to call your senator right now in the morning and tell them that we don't, it's like Grunt was saying, 75% of the car and truck accidents are the car's fault. And the reason they're running under these trucks and running in the back of them and everything is they're too damn busy texting. They got the iPads on with the boomer, 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 boomer. You can hear it coming for 6 miles with the truck windows coming up. It about make your heart skip a beat when they pass you with that boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's the reason they're running under these trucks. Inattentive drivers. And why charge the trucking company, and I forgot how many billions of dollars they said this would cost. It was astronomical. Why tack that on to us when all they got to do is just put an enable on the telephone, which they got it on all these satellites. Every one of these damn trucks has got it. If you a single driver, you can't pick up that screen and look at it. And it would be so easy, just maybe $50 to put that, do that to all these telephones instead of spending billions and billions to an industry that is so damn hamstrung. We're getting kicked in the teeth right now at the fuel pump. So get your head out your ass up there, Washington, and do something that makes a little bit of sense. My God, man, how much more can you put on us? Steve, I will tell you, I agree with Grump. If they get these next 2 days passed, I hope everybody got a lot of groceries. Because there's going to be a lot of trucks parked. A lot of trucks. It's coming. It's coming rapid. What people don't understand about the ATA, they just represent a small portion of trucking. Every night, and me and you've talked about this over and over and over on your show, 75% of the freight that is moved in this country is moved on trucks that have owners of 6 trucks or less. And that's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the only reason they got any kind of stronghold is because it's like the American Cattlemen's Association. You can't fight town hall because they got money. And that's what's going on. That's what's going on right now in this country. Is the ATA, how much did Grump say they doled out there? About $70 million?
A lot of money.
A lot of money. And that ain't the way this country's supposed to run. It's supposed to run to where it's the benefit of all of us. Benefit every human being there is. And I am so sick of hearing about these lobbyists. And I don't think a lobbyist should even be allowed inside that damn beltway up there. But when I read that thing the other night, I called Grump up and I said, "You ain't gonna believe what happened." He said, "What's that?" I said, old Rubio and another one of his counterparts reintroduced that underride carriage thing. Mm-hmm. And Steve, they said that Todd Spencer's trying to get the FMSCA director a job up there in Washington. And I tell you something, a person was asking me about that today. A friend of mine I've known for 40 years. He called me and we were talking just out of the blue. And he said, Monkey Gadget says, how you feel about Spencer being the FMSCA director? I said, well, I don't know if he would be any better than the ones that was up there because every one of them get up there and they get hamstrung. They're going to make these big splashes and they're going to do this and they're going to do that and everything. And they get up there and they find out their hands are tied. But I can tell you one thing, at least we'd have somebody up there that knew the plight of the American truck driver, especially the independent. So we talked a little bit about it. He said, yeah. I said, but, you look at the ones that's been up there that was going to make these big splashes, and they got up there, Ray Martinez is a prime example. He made that one little splash and then went and got him a job making about $1 million a year. I'm just fed up with everybody. When they want to kick somebody, they kick us because they said they ain't gonna do nothing about it. They ain't gonna do nothing about it. Well, you kick a dog so much, and he's gonna bite your ass directly. And that's at the point that we're at right now. We're tired. We're running our rear ends off. There's fuel going through the roof. The rates ain't going up with it. You're having to be choosy on what you do, and other things like that. But the thing that really got my goat today, have you seen that thing that come out of Oregon?
What's that?
Oregon is going to propose a bill in the House next week that you can't sell diesel petroleum at a filling station.
Yes. Yeah, I did see that.
That sells gas.
Yep.
Now, how damn dumbass is that? I mean, that means these trucks stop selling gas. They go ahead and stop selling gas and sell diesel, or vice versa. It's just ludicrous at the asinine thing that people are doing now. I mean, it's just crazy. And I got a message for Doc. I have solved the generator problem for electric cars, Steve. It's so simple. A man back in the 50s, you remember we had them Western Flyer bicycles and we used to ride all over the place?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You remember they made a little old generator. You could, man, if you had one of them little generators, you could flip down on that wheel.
Yeah, you'd have a light.
light.
You'd have a light on the front or the back. Yes.
Yeah, you'd be the cat meow. Well, I had just solved the battery car electric power solution right there. That's all you got to do. Get you one of them generators, have your switch in there, and you just flip it down on the tire while you're riding around, and you charge your batteries up, and it don't cost you a dime. But see, them dumbasses ain't smart enough to figure that out because it's rent free, But no, they want something. I'm gonna tell you, I seen something today, Steve, that just blowed my mind. I seen a big, nice Tesla car sitting at one of them Tesla stations, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there was a man and woman driving it, and they was a nice couple. She had just retired from teaching school in Texas, and they was going out touring the country. And I got asking them questions about that rechargeable car. I said, now how many miles can you get per charge? And she said, on this particular car, said I can get 350 miles to a charge up. Said, but the average one's like 250 or something like that. Said, but I get free charging. I get free charging for the life of the car. And said that the batteries go bad or something, they give me a brand new car. I said, well, can I ask you another question? I don't mean to be prying in your business, by no means. I said, but how much did this fine looking vessel you got here cost you? She said $80,000. I said, what? $80,000?
Yep.
She said, yeah. And I said, well, now you think you're helping out, right? She says, well, it's a fad, and said we had to spend some money anyway, so we figured we'd get one. This is just our secondary car. I said, well, the reason I asked you that is I didn't know if you'd one of them green newbies or whatever. But do you see that big old generator sitting right there, that diesel-powered cat generator? They said, yeah. I said, they use that thing to power this thing, so how are you helping out? Really, you're really polluting because you got a combustion engine there charging your car. And I said, then when the battery wear out on that thing, they ain't got them lithium batteries. I said, they got to be disposed of in a landfill, which creates another damn problem. And she said, I see where you're going. And she said, I'm not going to argue with you about it. I see where you're going, but says, it's a nice car, and we always wanted one, so we got it. I said, well, that's fine. I mean, that's good. But Steve, while they were sitting there, I was observing the gas cars and stuff coming up to the fuel pump. They was probably, them pumps were full, and I seen four different rounds of on that 12 pump thing come in there. So we're talking probably 35, 40 cars. In that 45 minutes, they were sitting there, and every one of them got gas and was gone, and then people were still sitting there. Now, just to go 350 miles, and they got to do that every time. And I don't understand where they think this Green New Deal is such a great deal. We're not ready for the Green New Deal. Now, even the guy at Tesla said that we don't have the power grid to accommodate everybody in America that can afford a $80,000 car or own it one. So, man, I tell you one day, I have been jacked up all week, but I mean, just different stuff going on. But the thing I can't figure out, the thing that I really can't figure out is why the people of West Virginia don't recall Joe Manchin and kick his ass out of there, and while they got a Republican governor up there, let him pick a Republican senator to go up there to put a stop to some of this damn madness.
Good old Joe. Well, Monkey Gouger, it's good to hear from you. Yep, you're right. All right, what are we looking at here? We got to get a quick news break. We come back with more at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Senate passed a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package on Saturday, sending President Biden's signature measure back to the House for final approval. The bill, that includes $1,400 stimulus checks for many Americans, passed by a 50-49 vote along party lines. Senator Joe Manchin believes that they did pass a bipartisan bill, despite the fact that no Republican senators voted for it. The West Virginia Democrat tells CNN that many aspects of the bill were crafted by negotiating across the aisle.
In this bill, we targeted where help is needed. We were able to target basically the people that need help, the children that need help, the schools that need help, the people on the front line, all of America. That's what we were able to do. And a lot of that was by talking with my colleagues and negotiating back and forth. And I was able to channel that through, I think, and hopefully make a bill that is a much more encompassing bill. I think it's a great piece of legislation, going to help a lot of people.
This is USA Radio News.
Recover Now is a national campaign aimed at the education and awareness of the devastating effects of opioid and heroin abuse and curbing drug and alcohol addiction in the United States. Recover Now is sponsored by treatment facilities nationwide. Many of them have been where you are, and they want to help by spreading a message of hope and recovery. They're working hand in hand with major insurance companies nationwide that can help you or a loved one get clean in 7 to 30 days. Recover Now is embarking on a national outreach campaign on TV and radio to promote anti-addiction messages. So if you, a loved one, or someone you know has a problem with drugs or alcohol, do not wait. A new life for you could be 30 days away. Call us right now. I promise this call can change your life. Sponsored by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
800-292-3027. 800-292-3027. That's 800-292-3027.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Yes, indeed, Monkey Gouger brought it up. He is correct. A member of the Oregon House of Representatives, you can't make this stuff up, has introduced a bill that would outlaw the sale of petroleum diesel fuel in some counties in just a few years. A move that's come under heavy criticism by the Oregon House Republican caucus. It is House Bill 3305, introduced by Representative Karen Power last week. If passed, the bill prohibits retail dealer, non-retail dealer, or wholesale dealer from selling petroleum diesel for use in motor vehicle on or after specified dates. It goes on to state that petroleum diesel does not include fuel that consists of a blend of petroleum diesel and biodiesel or other renewable diesel, as those terms are defined in the ORS, the code, where the biodiesel or other renewable diesel is at least 99% of the mixture by volume. Okay, does that exist? The bill would begin to ban the sale of petroleum diesel by non-retail dealers as soon as 2024, and it lists several counties here, and then statewide by the year 2027. The bill defines non-retailer dealers as any person who owns, operates, controls, or supervises an establishment at which diesel fuel is dispensed through a card-activated or key-activated fuel dispensing device to non-retail customers for use in a motor vehicle. The bill would also ban the sale of petroleum diesel by a retail dealer starting in 2025 in several counties statewide by 2028. the Oregon House Republican caucus issued a scathing rebuttal of the proposed petroleum ban, calling it, "This is a declaration of war against the working class." Representative Shelley Beauchard Davis said, our entire economy depends on the free flow of freight by both truck and rail, nearly all of which is powered by diesel engines. There's simply no commercially available, cost-effective alternatives to transporting these goods. Of course, the impacts of this bill goes beyond trucking and freight. It would destroy any industry that relies on heavy equipment. It would render tens of thousands of personal vehicles inoperable, and it would put countless Oregonians out of work. Not only was this bill blindsiding, I'm also disturbed to see such a blatant attack on working Oregonians. In response to the uproar over the legislation, Power sends out a tweet which says, quote, "I don't understand this press release. We sent the language to folks in advance and asked for collaboration and feedback. This policy replaces one type of diesel fuel with other fuel types. It is spearheaded by a major trucking company that has found significant cost savings. The bill is currently awaiting committee assignment, but okay, where do you go from here? That is just insanity, is it not? Hey, good morning to Philip. What's happening?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Happy Monday.
Yeah, you too, man. I don't know. That's a DA moment, that Oregon bill is.
You can't make it up.
Are you freaking kidding me? Somebody is actually going to bring biodiesel, and they want you to do biodiesel and wean it down to where they're not going to have any diesel. That's about stupid as stupid could be, man. I'm telling you, that's crazy. And Gouger and them guys were talking about Marco Rubio. Yeah, I do agree with them on about him. Yeah, he didn't even go to that CPAC thing that they had the other day with President Trump down here,
yeah.
or said former President Trump, whatever y'all want to call it, whatever. But I just think that's craziness. I mean, some of the stuff that they've passed is unbelievable. And I saw that Meet the Press yesterday with that senator from West Virginia. The lady was asking him, well, you cut $100 off somebody's unemployment. And he's like, well, that's what I felt we needed to do. You know, I mean, it was just, I don't know. The guy just didn't sound right. He said he was all up for bipartisanship and all this other stuff. But, you know, I don't know. I just don't get this elected officials we have now in Washington. I really don't get it, Steve. I mean, it's just crazy. But, and Gouger is right. That is called regeneration, that putting the little generator on the wheel. Yeah, that's energy regeneration. That could be done, and he is right about those Teslas. I got a friend who's got one, loves the thing. He pays almost $800 a month for that car. Says it's the best thing there ever is, but he gets 350 miles on a charge. My little Honda that I'm driving right now, I filled it up yesterday. I can go almost 500 miles on a tank of gas with it, and that's getting well over 40 miles a gallon. And I just don't think those cars have got it where they need to be. But that's probably the way we're going to go before it's over with. And if those little guys that want to have those Toyotas, those Priuses, you can get them a dime a dozen, the older ones now, because it's time for to change the battery out. When you change the battery out, it's about 10 to 12 grand to change the battery out.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason you can get them now for about $3,000 or $4,000, you know, used. I've seen that a lot down here at Disney. A lot of guys down there, they drive the Priuses, they drive those Volts and the Teslas. And seems like to me around town they're okay, but out here on the road, what I'm doing, you know, I do like 700 miles a week when I drive down here, and I just can't find anything other than a gas car that'll save me the amount of fuel mileage I need. You know, and as far as getting fuel at at truck stoppers, I heard somebody mention something about that. They were talking about the local gas stations. I don't know. Is that the Oregon bill you were talking about more there?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I can tell you this much. Down here in Florida, if they stop serving it at service stations, the regular service stations, you're going to put a lot of owner-operators out of business because there's a lot of owner-operators that don't have a truck stop or a big facility close to them to get fuel. And Gouger is right about the owner-operators. Owner-operators are always the backup to all the company drivers. I know I was a company driver for 25 years. When we were full with freight and we couldn't move anymore, they brought the owner-operators in. And the ATA, to be quite honest, ATA is nothing but a big joke, and it's nothing but for the big guys. The little guys that are out there busting their butt, hauling the freight, the ATA ain't backing them up any. OIDA's backing them guys up. So if anybody wants to become a member of OIDA, go for it, because that's where it's at. Those are the guys that are busting the hump out there. They're the guys they call in when they don't have enough drivers to move freight. I know I've seen it time and time again, not just in LTL. I've seen it in local discount or local account setups and just everything. An owner-operator is brought in to fill the backup. So that's pretty much all I got, Steve, and y'all have a good one. Thank you.
All right. Hey, have a good day. Have a great week. We'll chat again, I'm sure. Be safe out there, Philip. Yeah, the scoop from the OOIDA. Monkey Gouger brought up that, earlier last week, it was Senators Kirsten Hildebrand of New York and Marco Rubio reintroducing the Stop Underrides Act. Similar measures were introduced in 2017 and 2019. Proponents of the bill say studies show that an underride guard, the barrier attached to the lower area of a truck, would prevent a car from sliding underneath the truck during a crash. OOIDA is opposed to the mandate, calling the measures costly and impractical, while pointing out that there's no proof they would actually increase safety. In recent comments regarding underrides, OIDA told the FMCSA that rear impact guards have been proven effective, but the same does not apply to side and front underrides. They acknowledged in their comments that operational experience and research have proven that rear impact guards are a critical component, but it also used the time to restate their opposition to any potential front or side underride guard mandates. They had more to say about that, but any proposal to mandate side underrides disregards the reality, the economic and operational concerns that have been raised by the industry stakeholders. Now, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has considered numerous options involving side underride guards, and they have consistently concluded federal mandates would be impractical and costly. All right, there you go. Now let's get back up here to the callers and check in with, there's Monty. Good morning, Monty.
Hey, Steve, how you doing, man?
Doing fine. What's going on?
Hello?
Yes, we got you.
Oh, doing okay. Yeah. So, I heard Monkey Gouger talking about Todd, and I was just going to let you guys know. I didn't even realize you didn't know, but he's no longer in the running for the position there. They don't tell you why. They just tell you that you're not being considered anymore.
Huh.
So, but yeah, it would have been a good thing because, I know it's been a while that Todd's been in the truck, but being around, the board of directors and our members calling and stuff and talking, he still has the ear of what's going on for, what we're going through out here on the roads. And, he would have been, Martinez was pretty good. And I'll tell you something about Martinez. He didn't go seek out another job. He was told to go find another job. Never heard why there either. He was really a good guy, but, for whatever reason, he was more or less shown the door. But yeah, so, I mean, it was a shock to us. It was a shock to, I sat on the board there with the UCR, and one of the guys that runs the registration office for FMCSA, made the announcement at one of the meetings we had, and I talked to him later after that, and he said it was just up out of the blue. So, any rate, that's the story that I have, and I've heard it from a couple people. But back to Todd being administrator, obviously, like I said, it's I don't think we've ever had anybody since the FMCSA has been around since 2000 that has ever been inside the cab of a truck or, more or less knows what side to get in on. So it would have been a good thing. And, the fact that he's been up on around Capitol Hill and stuff a lot, testifying and stuff and all like that, any appointed position is you're always subject to the bureaucrats underneath of you and stuff, as far as, those people that are their lifers, if you want to call them that are more or less entrenched in their job for, their career. They kind of have their ideas about things. And I mean, just like I can tell you, Ann Farrell one time, one of the guys up there, and I think he's retired now, and his name, Bill Quaid was his name. She wanted to fire him. And he told her, he said, I was here before you got here. I'll be here after you leave. And he was. So that's one of those things there that, when these appointed positions, I don't want to say figurehead, because you do still, you hopefully have a lot of input in there and stuff and all like that. But, at the end of the day, you can, whatever ideas you have winds up maybe being a consensus, but you kind of hope that whatever, that your idea kind of rises to the top of that consensus or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, but at any rate, on the underwrite thing there, we've never been able to make much headway as far as with Rubio's office, or I don't even know for sure about Gillibrand, but why he wanted to sign on to this thing, it was kind of beyond me, other than just, I guess, had this want to go along to get along mentality. That's the only thing I can figure out. And I heard, I think Grump talking about the MAP 21. Yep, that was a Republican deal, and the ELD thing. Reed Ribble was congressman at the time from the Green Bay area. And gee, who's that big, large truckload carrier in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and big orange trucks up there?
Yeah, right.
They wanted that. Yeah, he got that in there, and he got the deal going, and he ain't even there no more. He quit. He was like I think a couple 3-term congressman, and he left. So screwed it all up for the rest of us. But at any rate, it was a bipartisan deal. MAP 21 passed as a bipartisan thing. I mean, there was Democrats, Republicans, both voted for it. And that's one of those things where people talk about, gee, all Congress does is fight and argue, and we have gridlock. Well, let me tell you, we're way better off when we have gridlock than when we have cooperation. Because we have cooperation, we get all these stupid, retarded laws that, if these people had to put up with these things, if they had to deal with this stuff on a daily basis of the things that they pass, the havoc that they cause, that the rest of us are out here trying to deal with, they'd figure out pretty quick, hey, that wasn't the sharpest thing to do there. We might want to go back and rethink that. Unfortunately, that very seldom ever happens, but it's, one of the things we have to deal with. So, we're fighting like heck to keep this underwrite thing out. The speed limiter thing, come back. That was originally, it's been around for a long time. And, it's like the unfortunately money, ATA money. I mean, man, they got a ton of it to throw around. It's not just ATA. I mean, you got FedEx and UPS besides whatever, they chip into the ATA. I mean, there's millions of dollars that's thrown around up there. And it is sad that our government runs that way, but that's the way it runs. And so, the OIDA PAC, we try to, be pretty, frugal and try to put our money in the best places we can to get the best bang for the buck. But I mean, we're outgunned and outspent on a lot of that up there. So, but it's not always money to everybody. We do get through to some people that are able to help us out and try to knock the edge off of things anyway. If you can't knock something clear out, the best thing you can do is try to knock the worst part of it out that you can still kind of live with it or whatever. So that's what you have to do sometimes. It's the best you can do. It's better than doing nothing.
All right. Yeah. Now, like with all the legislation you're talking about up there in D.C., that seems like time and time again, there's always the unintended consequences of bills they pass. But live and learn, right? Hey, Monty, thanks for checking in. We do appreciate the update. I want to jump over before we hit top of the hour news update here. H.R. 1, which, of course, passed in the House last week. And the Democrat Party believes they think they're on a roll. They literally pushed or dragged Joe Biden across the finish line in November. Surprise, surprise. And they want to copy that success from here on out forever by repeating the formula they used. They want to make universal mail-in voting federal law. Representative Sarbanes, the Democrat of Maryland, introduced the first bill of the 117th Congress. It's H.R. 1, the For the People Act. He must have a great sense of humor because he describes it as a transformational anti-corruption and clean elections reform package. It's the exact opposite of that. When he described the bill in a statement his office released, the 2020 election underscored the need for comprehensive structural democracy reform, he says. Americans across the country were forced to overcome rampant voter suppression, gerrymandering, and a torrent of special interest dark money just to exercise their vote and their voice in our democracy. He said the bill will create automatic voter registration around the country. It will ensure individuals who've completed felony sentences have their full voting rights restored. It will expand early voting. It will enhance absentee voting. It will simplify voting by mail. It will reduce long lines and wait times for voters. It will modernize our American voting system. And if that doesn't scare you, this should, under the heading Integrity. He adds that H.R. 1 promotes statehood for the District of Columbia and prohibits voter roll purges like those in Ohio, Georgia, and elsewhere. See, a couple of years ago, a federal judge ordered Los Angeles County to remove an estimated 1.5 million inactive voters from their registration rolls. That was due to a lawsuit from Judicial Watch. Removing ineligible voters from the registration list is important to reduce the opportunity for fraud. Tucker Carlson predicts H.R. 1 would allow Democrats to control the federal government well into our grandchildren's middle age. The states control the time, the place, and the manner of federal elections. Some states predictably doing a better job than others, but under our current laws, states get to decide how much fraud they want to tolerate. Florida requires you to show a photo identification to vote. California just wants you to vote Democrat. Ironically, a few days before Biden took his oath of office, the LA Times ran a controversial headline suggesting that Biden intends to make America California again. And H.R. 1 would be a big step in that direction. If this thing passes in the Senate, it's already passed the House, the entire country will have ballot harvesting and mail-in voting. In another example of irony, he added that the January 6th riot was prompted by the voting irregularities of the November 3rd presidential election, the election that was plagued by allegations of massive fraud, made possible in part by some states that had adopted universal mail-in voting. And H.R. 1's going to make that all better? Irony number 3, he says, the Washington Post editorial board supports universal mail-in voting. Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. Jeff Bezos also owns the e-commerce tech giant Amazon.com. Workers at Amazon's Bessemer, Alabama warehouse are about to vote whether or not to unionize. And Jeff Bezos does not approve of his employees casting union votes by mail. File that one under hypocrisy. All right, we'll get back at our final hour just ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A number of states have begun to roll back their COVID restrictions as cases fall, including Texas and Mississippi, lifting all restrictions on businesses and their mask mandates. Other states have been taking a more gradual approach in reopening. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says that as the state has accelerated its vaccination program, he's emphasized keeping up mitigation efforts. He tells ABC's This Week that Ohio has set a goal for rolling back their restrictions.
As we're doing that, we can't give up the defense. And so we've got to, continue to do that. We've set a metric. We put a goal out there when we got to 50 cases per 100,000 for every 2 weeks. That's what the epidemiologists that we consulted said when we get down to that figure, we'll be able to take the health orders off. But we're a ways from that, but we're moving forward.
This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce Silver Eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
Nearly 100,000 migrants were apprehended on the southern border in the month of February, the highest level since mid-2019. Critics of the Biden administration say the president's reversal of Trump-era policies is to blame for the current influx of migrants. Senator Ben Cardin believes that passing comprehensive immigration reform will be important in solving the issue at the border. The Maryland Democrat tells Fox News that he believes the American people want Congress to pass that level of reform.
Well, I hope we can do something a little more comprehensive. I can tell you there are Democrats and Republicans. We did it once before. We passed comprehensive reform in the Senate, did not pass the House. It wasn't taken up in the House, but it had strong vote. I hope we can do it again. I think the American people want us to do that. They want secure borders. We recognize we have economic issues in regards to visas for employment. We have issues concerning family reunification. We have a lot of issues that we really need to deal with, and it'd be good to pass a comprehensive immigration bill.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says he will not resign as 2 more women have come forward with allegations of inappropriate behavior. New York State Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins called for the governor's resignation on Sunday, calling Cuomo's scandals a distraction from governing. But the governor told reporters he has no intention of going anywhere.
I wasn't elected by politicians. I'm not going to resign because of allegations.
Cuomo has denied allegations of harassment and inappropriate touching and creating a toxic environment in his office. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy stopped short of calling for Cuomo's resignation when asked, saying an investigation should be allowed to play out. But he told CBS's Face the Nation that the accusations are deeply troubling.
I'm going to stay where I've been on this is deeply troubling. And more data points make it even more troubling. And an independent investigation, which all parties appear to have come to the conclusion was the right road forward, I would agree with that. Let's see where that comes out. And I would just say every person, regardless of who they are, who has a concern, has a right to be heard, and that concern has a right to be investigated. And God willing, that's what will happen here.
But some are joining the growing calls for Cuomo's resignation. West Virginia Governor Jim Justice told Face the Nation that it's time for him to resign.
I think it's terrible, and I truly believe, that he has a dog's mess on his hands, and with all this, it's where it stands. It's not going to do anything except get worse, and I would say he needs to resign.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Where we leave off there, we talk about HR 1. What's his name? Alan Dershowitz. You know the guy. He gave a great breakdown of HR 1. Makes it much easier to understand, to which he says, Nancy Pelosi wants to turn America into a one-party nation. She has no qualms about trashing the Constitution to kneecap her Republican opponents. And her bill, H.R. 1, would rig the electoral system in favor of the Democrats. It's being sold as a reform to make voting easier. The truth of the matter is it makes cheating easier. The bill will eviscerate state voting laws and impose a set of national rules. For starters, it bans state voter ID. 33 states have that right now. Anyone can show up on election day to vote, registered or not, and simply sign a statement saying they're a legal voter. It compels states to send out absentee or mail-in ballots universally and to count ballots that arrive by mail as late as 10 days after the election. Say goodbye forever to election night finality. what we saw on election night 2020 becomes the norm from here on out. Pelosi's bill also legalizes ballot harvesting, a practice many states are struggling to stop. Political organization, advocacy groups send in workers to walk through neighborhoods, knock on doors, and offer to help the residents return the ballots they've received in the mail. This is a recipe for fraud, since these harvesters are inevitably trying to get a particular candidate elected. Another rule broadens automatic voter registration. Anyone who goes to a DMV or applies for food stamps, Medicaid, or other social services, or attends a public college will be automatically enrolled to vote. Non-citizens are obligated to opt out, but there's no criminal penalty if they don't. So from California to New York, Democrats have tried but failed to get laws changed to allow non-citizens to vote in local elections. This bill will allow that to happen de facto in all elections. All this interference in state election safeguards is not constitutional. The Founding Fathers worried that legislators in Congress would seize control of presidential selection using methods just like this, H.R. 1. That's why they acted to take the business as far as possible out of their hands. Congress had no right to meddle in it. Republicans refocus on state bailouts. H.R. 1 also asserts Congress has the authority to make the District of Columbia a state. That would hand Democrats 2 more Senate votes, 2 more Senate seats. Voter registration in D.C. is 76% Democrat, 6% Republican. They're garnering an automatic 2 additional Senate seats. Sorry, Madam Speaker, he says, only a constitutional amendment can change the status or parameters of the district. H.R. 1 also would expose supporters of conservative causes to disclosure and harassment. In 2013, then-President Barack Obama's Internal Revenue Service tried to strong-arm the tax-exempt Tea Party organizations into disclosing their donors. Pelosi's bill would give that thuggish tactic the force of law, requiring organizations to reveal their donors and subjecting them to the cancel culture of the left. Pelosi's bill glides through the House, where Democrats have a majority. President Biden has already promised he will sign it. The bill's fate hinges on the Senate. Under Senate rules, 60 votes are needed to enact the bill. They don't have them yet. It's up to Mitch McConnell to hold the line. He's called the bill the Democrat Politician Protection Act, and a naked attempt to change the election rules to benefit one party. You'd have to call this a shameful bill. But what would you expect from Pelosi? But Dershowitz says the Senate needs to show more scruples. Honest, competitive elections are the foundation of our freedom. A large majority of Republican voters already distrust the electoral system, and they feel cheated. Enacting this bill is a declaration of war against them, and it will shatter whatever goodwill still exists in this country. All right, let's get back to your calls here. But yeah, break it all down. H.R. 1. Surely there would not be 10 Republicans to break ranks and support this bill, would there? Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, this was my weekend to watch my 92-year-old mother, and we were watching Fox News there, and She said, Lord, I never thought I'd live to see the day. The craziness that's going on in this country. We were watching a section on old Governor Como up there. I think it was real funny that he was looking down his snotty nose and wagging his finger at everybody. Now to shoot on the other foot, oh, no, I'm not resigning. Hey, he ain't going to be able to withstand the pressure, buddy. Them women are going to take him right on down. I can guarantee that there. That man's something else anyway. I read that, Steve, I liked your commercial there on that airline y'all got on there, but I think Qantas Airlines over in Australia is better. They're offering mystery flights to surprise destinations. You get on that plane and go, well, I don't know. They won't tell you where you're going there, right?
Mystery flights.
They got another thing.
So you just get on a plane and you don't know where the hell you're going. You're saying you don't know where you're going till you get there? That's crazy.
Yeah, I know that's right. But they also got they had success on flights to nowhere and flights to somewhere. How crazy is that? I'd be scared they'd carry me out there to the outback and leave me there, right? Mm-hmm. I read these scientists, Steve, they read a letter from 1697 without ever opening it, just scanning it on technology that we have today there. I got a bunch of baloney today, so we're just going to shift a lot of gears. I sent you an email on a space hurricane detected over the North Pole for the first time. You can only see it from with the satellite there. And Steve, did you know the moon has a comet-like tail?
I saw
made
that.
of millions of sodium.
I saw the link you sent me to that. It's amazing. I mean, we can't physically see it, but I guess I don't know how they said they were detecting that.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't either. I don't even know how they detected that hurricane up there either. So there. And now here's the part we're going to get into some DAs here, and I'm a first one I'm going to get myself in trouble on. Military women have a higher pocket expenses for their uniforms and stuff than the men do. Well, Steve, we didn't call them military women when I was in the Marine Corps. We called them BAMs, broad-ass Marines, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that going to get me in trouble? Is that going to get me in trouble this morning? I hope so. These two women that worked at the same restaurant, Steve, as they found out they're actually sisters with each other. They didn't know they ran DNA tests, and they went fine. They had both been adopted there, so I thought that was pretty funny. And then the Shallow Water High School in Lubbock, Texas, is catching heat for chivalry assignment that instructed the female members of the classes to obey any reasonable request of a male for the entire day. Now, you didn't think you was going to get in trouble for that statement? That's crazy in the Pound Me Too movement.
All right.
And these snorkelers off the Florida Keys, they found 25 bricks of cocaine. Somebody could have made a lot of money, but I guess they decided to turn them in there. And Sharon Har, the Hawaii Democrat state representative, she's a longtime crusader for harsher punishments for drunken drivers. She found herself in handcuffs late last month for allegedly driving under the influence. See, be careful what you wish for, right?
No doubt.
And this Missouri pastor, he is on leave and in counseling after he told his congregation in a sermon last month that the wives should make themselves sexually available to their husband, lose weight, and look less like a butch. Told them to look more like Melania Trump there.
Oh, boy.
You can't make that stuff up, Steve. I mean, people going crazy. Well, let's get to the real stuff. They trying to cancel Speedy Gonzalez now. That ain't good. I like little old speedy. And them speed limiters, they're coming whether we like them or not there. And I had to pay $3.19 for diesel fuel over there in West Memphis. Just broke my heart there, right?
No, boy.
That'd be West Memphis, Arkansas. Yeah, it's going up. Gonna keep going up there. That's all my old baloney for this morning. I'll back out of here and get quiet and let somebody else spread some of that. I don't know, all these politicians, they're just full of crock of Sam Houston Institute of Technology. Have a good day, Mr. Steve Sommers.
I think that's short for shish kebab, right? There you go. All right, what are we looking at? 20 past the hour. All right, got several lines available at 844-844-3388. Some say we're headed down the path that Venezuela took. Socialism. One step at a time. Yeah, the left, the AOCs of our society. The squad. Yeah, the likes of Bernie Sanders, who pulls no punches and openly admits that's the route they're trying to push Joe Biden to take. Yeah, the push that even as much as Joe has pushed to the left, he's not been pushed far enough. And Lord help us. This is what comes. This is what your nation becomes when you take that path, where your money essentially becomes worthless. Venezuela will introduce new large denomination Bolivar notes as hyperinflation renders most of their cash as worthless, forcing citizens to turn to the U.S. dollar for everyday transactions. The Central Bank of Venezuela posted a statement on their website Friday saying they will begin circulating their new 200,000, 500,000, and 1 million Bolivar bills to fulfill the current economy's requirements without providing further details. What do you think 1 million Bolivar would be worth? In U.S. dollars, the 1 million Bolivar note, the largest in the nation's history, would be worth 53 cents. 53 cents American. As Venezuela's economy shrank for a 7th straight year last year, the government turned a blind eye to a growing number of dollar transactions, kick-started by rolling power outages that prevented credit and debit card purchasers and fostered the use of cash. About 66% of transactions in that country are estimated to be made in foreign currency. So while the dollar has gained ground, Venezuelans continue to rely on the Bolivar bills for public transportation and to purchase their subsidized fuel. The Caracas subway recently issued an electronic payment system after they routinely stopped charging passengers because there was no cash. President Maduro said he plans to move to a fully digital economy this year, following 3 years of hyperinflation that have prompted the nation's mint to continue issuing higher and higher denomination notes that are quickly rendered all but useless. Inflation soared 3,000% in the last 12 months. Back in October, Venezuela imported banknote paper with plans to issue a $100,000 bill that quickly became outdated. They last issued new bills in 2019 after chopping 5 zeros off the previous bills that were in circulation in 2018. So if you had some of the old Bolivar notes, I don't know, did they print one Bolivar notes at some point in time, I would assume? Yeah, today you would have to have a wheelbarrow with 1 million $1 Bolivar notes to be worth 53 cents American dollar. And what happens when our dollar collapses? Because as we talked about those debt numbers Friday morning, yeah, we're about to tag another $1.9 trillion onto it. I shared the numbers that $2 trillion is $2,000 billion. That's what that breaks down to. Do people realize that? But we're just, and I'm not saying it's just the Democrats, because, obviously the COVID had a profound impact. The spending that was taking place under Donald Trump, we had a 1 point whatever trillion spending package there. They came back and negotiated down for the next stimulus to, what was it, $600 billion, I believe it was. But let's just jump on the bandwagon. What's another trillion here, another trillion there? Kind of scary. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. And there's the big moose. Hey there.
What's going on, my man?
Hi there.
Playing radio?
Yeah, Monday. Gotta love it.
I don't. I hate everything about it. But I guess better than the alternative. I just called a couple of things. You guys talking about these strikes again. I missed the one in 74. I was right there in the middle of one in 79. There again in 83. There again in 86. There again in 88. There again in 91. And, it's all for naught, really. And, you take old Ratchet Jaw, God rest his soul. A guy broke his eye sockets with a tire thumper up there at the old Burns Brothers truck stop in Florence, Kentucky, because he thought he was a scab. And I don't think people remember, all the fires that were set, all of the damage that was done, the people that were shot, the teeth that were knocked out, and the blood that was laid in the parking lot. And it wasn't by some law enforcement community. That was by their fellow over-the-road truck drivers. And these, you better have a good set of grapes hanging on you if you want to get into that mess again.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the other thing, if you decide that you're going to go ahead and strike, even if it's out of spite or for a moral issue or just to try to make a point, you better make dang sure that trailer is stone empty and you own the trailer, because, they pushed that common carrier crap on us after that deal in 79. Then they got, after the deal in 83, they put that custodial liability on truck drivers. So, basically, if you shut that thing down, you just hijacked every bit of that freight that's in your trailer. So, but here's the thing. You can't get two truck drivers. You put two truck drivers in a room full of lot lizards, and they'll screw each other first every time. They'll never get another strike that'll amount to a pinch of crap in a molehill, You got too many people out here with a mindset, hooray for me and to hell with everybody else, and it's been that way for a long time. And if you shut yours down, the guy beside of you is gonna run in and grab it just to make an extra buck. That's what it's gonna be. But it's just, I'm getting tired of this mess, man. I'm tell you what, I got out of this thing for about 10 years. And I got decided to get back in it, and I think that was a mistake. I think it might be time to get out for good next time, And they got all these people in these electric cars. You know what? I tell you what, we don't have to worry about nothing else, because if these electric cars are going to be the norm, the human race will cease to exist in about another 10 generations, because I'm telling you, you can't get no tail in a Tesla. What are you supposed to do? Go over there and pop the trunk, show your girlfriend how you souped up the batteries? Give me a break. Any man driving a Tesla around couldn't get laid in a whorehouse with a handful of 50s. I always liked them old Dodges, them old Mopars, man. I had them 340 Maxi Wedges, them 392 Hemis. Yeah, man, you gotta have a back seat you can do something with. You gotta remember, it's not only important what's under the hood, it's how much square footage you got in the back of that thing,
I hear you.
But I guess I'm a dinosaur, and I told him, I said, you know what? I said, I got a 48 Cadillac, drop top Cadillac, got a big old 513 engine in it. I was 69 model. I got a 75 Bill Blast Edition Lincoln Mark IV. Got a big old 460 in it. I like them big old lead sleds, and I'm going to keep mine. And I tell you what, if they guys going to go out there and make these electric cars a thing, they better stay the hell out of the Big Moose's way, because you're going to see a bunch of them Sukiyaki bicycles plastered all over the front bumper of them big old American stud horses I drive.
And with a guy as big as the Big Moose, you need a lot of back seat. I know that for a fact. You need the big back seat. Oh, Big Moose, just tell it like it is. He always does, don't he? Yes, he does. It is 844-844-3388. We come back with more after this. Forecasters kind of concerned we may see a repeat this spring, the severe weather season of what we saw 10 years ago. Anyone recall the killer tornado season of 2011? They explain why. Coming up, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A number of states have begun to roll back their COVID restrictions as cases fall, including Texas and Mississippi, lifting all restrictions on businesses and their mask mandates. Other states have been taking a more gradual approach in reopening. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says that as the state has accelerated its vaccination program, he's emphasized keeping up mitigation efforts. He tells ABC's This Week that Ohio has set a goal for rolling back their restrictions.
As we're doing that, we can't give up the defense. And so we've got to continue to do that. We've set a metric. We put a goal out there when we got to 50 cases per 100,000 for every 2 weeks. That's what the epidemiologists that we consulted said. When we get down to that figure, we'll be able to take the health orders off. But we're a ways from that, but we're moving forward.
This is USA Radio News.
Recover Now is a national campaign aimed at the education and awareness of the devastating effects of opioid and heroin abuse and curbing drug and alcohol addiction in the United States. Recover Now is sponsored by treatment facilities nationwide. Many of them have been where you are, and they want to help by spreading a message of hope and recovery. They're working hand in hand with major insurance companies nationwide that can help you or a loved one get clean in 7 to 30 days. Recover Now is embarking on a national outreach campaign on TV and radio to promote anti-addiction messages. So if you, a loved one, or someone you know has a problem with drugs or alcohol, do not wait. A new life for you could be 30 days away. Call us right now. I promise this call can change your life. Sponsored by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
800-292-3027. 800-292-3027. That's 800-292-3027.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented cool gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, we had been warning listeners last week that we're still catching us on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube. Make the switch to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook and YouTube channels. Thought I'd do a quick check, and it looks like the official transition has taken place. Try to get everybody on the same place for the via Facebook and YouTube for now. I pulled up the Hot Shot Secret page, and they've got the links there, obviously, to catch Facebook Live, YouTube Live. You can download, there's one click to download the Overnight Drive Radio.com app on the Google Play Store. Still says the iOS is coming soon. Then on the podcast side, I didn't realize they had so many different locales where you can catch the podcast. Apple Podcast, TuneIn, Amazon Music, Pocket Casts, Acast, not familiar with that, and Deezer, iHeartRadio Podcasts, Spotify, Breaker, Google Podcast, and Stitcher. I didn't realize there were that many different podcast platforms available out there, but they got them covered. So, yeah, that's all thanks to the hard work from Josh on the technical side and Kyle getting it all up and running there. So, and of course, as always, our number 844-844-3388. Well, they being forecasters tell us we could be in line for an above normal tornado season this spring, in a repeat of what happened in 2011, which was a La Nina weather pattern combined with an active jet stream to create record cold temperatures during the winter before the severe storms hit. Severe weather season is really a collection of several short weather events, and anticipating individual events at long lead times is very tricky, according to the University of Colorado Boulder. This year's La Nina signal was the strongest that it's been since the winter of 2011. And if this spring mirrors that year, we could be in for some trouble, as 2011 ended up being the most costly and deadly on record for tornadoes in almost 100 years. What we can say instead is whether the probability of the ingredients coming together for those events is higher or lower than normal. This year, it is higher than normal. Going back to 2011, there were 875 tornadoes in the month of April alone, with one super outbreak on April the 27th, where they recorded 226 tornadoes, so the most that had ever been observed in a single day. Almost all of the more than 550 fatalities that year, the most tornado deaths since 1925, took place in the months of April and May. A few weeks after that super outbreak, we had an EF5 tornado that killed more than 160 people in Joplin, Missouri, the deadliest and most costliest tornado on record, nearly $3 billion in direct damages from that killer storm. Looking back on 2011, it was the sheer magnitude of the number of events, the fact that so many hit populated areas, and of course, the incredibly high toll in terms of death, injuries, and dollar damage. Yeah, every year has some potential of tornado outbreaks. It's just a matter of timing or trying to accurately predict it with as much lead time as possible. All right, so let's just hope that doesn't become the fact, but I guess according to some of the models, that's where they use the likes of the historical setups, ocean currents, La Nina, El Nino. That's what the old Farmer's Almanac, the Farmer's Almanac, and all the prognosticators use when they try to map out a forecast for the coming seasons, as they say. Yes, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back a second time, Mr. Steve Sommers. I've forgiven you for sending that snow and ice storm down here, pushing your luck a second time there, right? I'm just kidding. You ain't got no control over all that weather there. But I agree with Moose there. 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, shoot, man, you couldn't bend a cooter shell on that car. And when they start making cars like that again, I'll start buying one there, right? We're getting another stimulus check here pretty soon. And I got some advice for people. Do what I done. Take the money that you were going to pay on your house note and add that stimulus check to it and get your house paid off. And that's the best thing you do. That's what I done. I took all of mine, all of Mama Knucklebusters, and we took our regular house payments and added to it, paid her house off. They do what they want to do now. That house is mine.
Yeah, right.
So, get you a good car, Steve, or a big old pickup truck, and you'll be a redneck just like the rest of us there. Have a great day, Steve.
All right, thanks for checking back in there, Knucklebuster. You got it. Got to get some. Well, wait a minute. I'm too old. I don't need that big back seat anymore, do I? Yeah, we're done with that. What do we see here? I think it was Sylvester that forwarded this to me. See, you're paying close attention to what's going on with the new administration and China trying to tell Joe Biden what to do. Is that going to work? From the Associated Press, China's foreign minister has warned the Biden administration to roll back former President Trump's dangerous practice of showing support for Taiwan. Of course, the island democracy claimed by Beijing as their own territory. The claim to Taiwan, which split with the mainland in 1949, is, quote, an insurmountable red line. This was at a news conference this past day, the annual meeting of China's ceremonial legislature. The United States has no official relations with Taiwan, but extensive informal ties. Mr. Trump irked Beijing by sending cabinet officials to visit Taiwan in a show of support. Mr. Wang says the Chinese government has no room for compromise. And I quote, "We urge the new U.S. administration to fully understand the high sensitivity of the Taiwan issue, completely change the previous administration's dangerous practices of crossing the line and playing with fire." Joe Biden says he wants a more civil relationship with Beijing, but has shown no signs of softening Trump's confrontational measures on trade, technology, and human rights. Surveys show American public attitudes turning more negative towards China. Of course, they are undoubtedly an economic, they are a strategic competitor. Wang gave no indication how Beijing might react if Biden doesn't change course. But of course, the ruling Communist Party has threatened to invade Taiwan if Taiwan declares formal independence or delays talks on uniting with the mainland. The State Department then later reiterated that the Biden administration's support for Taiwan is rock solid, and the United States stands with its regional friends and allies, including deepening our unofficial ties with democratic Taiwan. The statement late Sunday from Washington says, "We urge Beijing to cease your military, diplomatic, and economic pressure against Taiwan and instead engage in meaningful dialogue with Taiwan's democratically elected representatives." So the back and forth, a little saber rattling from China. We knew that China was going to test Joe Biden, the new administration. Wang's comments came at a wide-ranging 2-hour news conference that reflected Beijing's increasing assertiveness abroad and rejection of criticism over Hong Kong and a number of other sensitive topics. Okay, so again, at this point, no sign of anything, any capitulation from the current administration, but we shall see. It's about 12 before the hour. It's 844-3388. And yes, Eagle, take two. Good morning.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about this $1,400 supposedly stimulus check that Joe Biden and the Democrats want to send out. This is another sign that I've been telling you, Steve. This is another sign of the preview of what these people want to do to America. Listen, they saying that they want to give people $300 unemployment benefits. $300 a week is a joke. You can't do anything with $300 a week, but that's what they want. That's $1,200 a month. I make more than that every week driving this truck. But these people, they starting to get American people used to being at home and used to getting money from the government. And American people don't need to fall for the trick, because that $1,400, they've been holding off on this since Donald Trump was in the White House. You know, you don't starve to death before you get this $1,400 at the rate these people are going. So like I say, these people that depend on the government for a handout, you're going to eventually get what's coming to you from the government, and that's nothing, especially if you depend on somebody like Joe Biden. But you know something, Steve? I thought about something after I talked to you about the Joe Biden situation.
I think you're in between cells there. Yeah, let me put you up. I'm going to put him back in queue here. That ain't going to work. Let's see if we can get you to get back into a better cell there, Eagle, and we'll come back to you. All right, what did Knucklebuster say? Mystery flights. I did a little search. Yes, they do. I guess this is down in Sylvester's neck of the wood. A mystery flight is a short-stay travel package to an unknown destination. Mystery flights depart from Brisbane, Melbourne, or Sydney airports, and on request from Adelaide, Gold Coast, Newcastle, and Canberra, our 1, 2, or 3-night packages will see you fly to one of 21 possible destinations. It will include accommodation and transfers. Travelers choosing to take a day trip will be flown to one of 15 possible destinations. Each destination offers its own attractions and activities. While we do provide some tourist information regarding your destination, travelers are under no obligation to do or visit anything particular. What you choose to do is entirely up to you. How does it work? Number one, you decide when you wish to travel and book your mystery flight or maybe a mystery weekend. 3 days prior to travel, flight times and flight numbers will be sent to you, and your mystery flight itinerary folder will be delivered. But you're not allowed to peek. No peeking, because that would spoil the surprise. For the day of travel, pack your bags, get to the airport, and enjoy your mystery flight. Okay. So they got a number of different packages available. A day trip for $295, a 1-night mystery flight $450, 3-night mystery flight $650, a 2-night luxury package for $795 per person, a 3-night luxury package for $950 per person. So I guess you just kind of get on board and wait and see where you land. Where are we? Now, I'm not seeing it anywhere where it gives your potential destinations, like the list. Okay, maybe there's a destination page. Where might you end up? I don't know, because that's a little different, right? Don't have to know everything in advance, like where you're going to be. But it looks like they, based on the photographs, you're going to end up somewhere with a nice beach. All right, let's move ahead here real quick, as we head down the home stretch on a Monday morning. All right, today's the day, I guess. Tensions running high. We saw dozens of people gathering in front of the Minnesota's governor's mansion over the weekend as the trial begins today. The trial for Derek Chauvin. Of course, we all remember George Floyd, who died after Chauvin pressed his knee against his neck, face down on the ground, saying he couldn't breathe. The trial gets underway today. More than 150 people who demonstrated over the weekend were family members or others of others who died during varying police encounters, they say. Similar protests were being organized in cities around the country in advance of the trial of Derek Chauvin, who has been charged with second-degree murder and manslaughter. Jury selection for the trial actually begins today. All right, supporters of in Massachusetts, supporters of families who've lost loved ones during police encounters also gathered in Boston's South End. The protest organizers said, we've called a demonstration to demand the conviction of all these officers, starting with Derek Chauvin in this upcoming trial. We are demanding convictions. They should go to jail for their crimes. There's a number of different organizations involved in protests. But yeah, these rallies timed just ahead of today's trial, the beginning of the trial of Derek Chauvin. Now, you had the other officers who've also been facing charges. I think that their trials get underway later this year, but depending on what happens, I don't know how long this trial is going to be drug out. I'm assuming it's probably going to take a while, but in light of what we saw in the summer of 2020 with the violence in the streets, my. I think most are pretty convinced that Chauvin will be found guilty, but guilty of what and what potential penalty might he face? I think they've gone back and they're trying to add on, what is it, the third-degree murder charge? Don't know if that's going to happen or not. But could you imagine if Chauvin were to not be convicted, what would be unfolding in the streets around this country? Wow. I shudder to think. All right, lastly, under our industry headlines here, time for just a couple more tidbits before we wrap it up here on a Monday morning. As many drivers know out there in the trucking community, it can be tough to come up with a way to explain your job so that kids can understand it. Well, I guess that's till now. The book series 10 for Good Buggy does the hard work by perfectly combining trucking-themed plot lines with valuable life lessons targeted towards preschool-aged children. Yeah, the 10 for Good Buggy book, the series, takes readers along with the adventures of a truck driver by the name of Trip Wheeler and his road companion, Detour, as they deliver goods to cities and towns all around the country, teaching children about the world around them, a unique perspective of a young trucker, also teaching children about the geography, the history of the United States through Trip's love of the road, all while learning valuable lessons and overcoming challenges along the way. Yeah, it looks like a fun, interesting series of books. The 10 for Good Buggy series featuring two books, The Red, White, and Blue Party, and the most recent release, A Big Assist, as it's called. Available on Amazon and the 10 for Good Buggies website. So a series of children's books. I guess since we're going to scrap all the Dr. Seuss stuff, right? Well, not all of it. Maybe we can find another way for good life lessons for our kids, especially in the trucking community. And lastly, we'll give this one a Dumbass of the Week nomination here on a Monday morning. This truck driver made a miscalculation, a turnaround that completely destroyed a diesel pump in Nebraska, leaving a small gas station without diesel fuel. According to the report, the semi-truck sped through the parking lot of a Merchant on Venice gas station in Waterloo, pulled through the fuel island, but miscalculated the turn, ripping the diesel pump from its base and narrowly avoiding an explosion or a leak. The manager says, I said a couple of swear words, I just ran out, and then this truck was going pretty fast through the parking lot. While it was a potentially explosive situation, the diesel pump broke off right above the automatic shutoff valve, preventing any further serious damage. But the truck driver kept on going. But he got held up in traffic, at which point the store manager caught up with him and told him to stop. And he looked back at the pumps and he said, "Oh, shish kebab." I said, "You need to come back here." And he kind of nodded and rolled up his window. But then he hit the highway and he was gone. Yes, police did later catch up with him. All right, dumbass of the week. We'll wrap it up right there here on a Monday. Thanks for hanging out with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. We'll see you back here at the midnight hour. I hope you'll join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.